So, last session. Everyone, after convincing Achelon to back the Shadow's Edge to the Ministry, and after buying clothes for that encounter, scheduling a day to interact with the Ministry, as well as you guys, that's coming to a head eventually, and that's why you guys sought out Achelon and making that deal with him. You all go on a trip to hunt a sand hydra. For Durlon, specifically. While entering the hunting grounds, Kanari and Anala notice some figures following at a distance. You all engage with the assassins that killed Atoll, plus Cook, who doesn't end up helping her partners throughout that fight. And Nemo tears into Pyrus' soul. Kanari kills Pyrus the second time. Anala slices the leader's throat, and Karhale snaps Maeve's throat. You all looted the bodies, but kept them with you, and the horses. And then at that point, you guys all decided to send out the flare for Hangwanjun. After an hour or so, the protectors of the material plane did come. Sidgway and Jingy, some characters that you guys had met previously back at the Dao tribe. And you guys all decided to follow... They agreed to allow you to speak to Hong Wenjun, even though he was presently in a week of isolation, they said, and described it as basically a mourning period that he had set aside for himself to mourn someone past, a beloved one, in the past. You all speak to him and collectively convince Hong Wenjun to help you guys bring your friend back. And in exchange, you guys would help him find evidence and defeat the blue spider known to them as Yujiwan, the woman known as Lusitania to you guys. And let's see. Sidgway ends up preparing to explain more to you guys. And in the request for evidence as to proof of Lusitania's negative impact on society and negative intentions for the world or whatever, you guys did have evidence that you guys had collected from the Cian household before that Anala has since put back together again, but has not been able to translate yet, as she doesn't speak the language that it's written in. And she brings this out to show to Sidgway and for you guys to discuss. And that's going to be where we're starting out with him explaining to you guys kind of what exactly you guys have agreed to in making this deal with Hong Wenjun, as well as the evidence and him reading through it as he seemingly can. But first off, before we start there, Kanari, go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw, please. I meant to do this before and I forgot. A wisdom saving throw.
Well, I'm just talking, right?
Yes, you are just talking.
She said she forgot to have you roll it earlier.
I forgot, but this will have been back when the Sand Hydra fight was winding down, and there was like the blood pumping through your body and everything, and like the pulsing in your ears of the of like your heartbeat and everything. You feel like you just feel an extra bit of energy to that. But wisdom saving throw, please.
Yes, I get advantage on wisdom saving throws. Fortunately, the first one's a 6.
That's awesome.
Second one's a 16, and I gotta pull up my new character sheet. I forgot to print it off. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Very good. Nothing happens. So, but coming back to within the magical space of Hong Wenjun's. So I already described to you guys that this space itself is, in essence, you're on a pond where these houses built. There's this house, this Jingshi, built in the center of this this night sky with Taylor's moon shining brightly on the top. The waters around you guys below the little pier, the wooden pier that you guys are on, reflecting the stars in the night sky. And there's thousands of lotus flowers and lily pads and everything all over the pond itself. It's a little bit foggy as well. It's got this like mystical feel to it. And you guys can... Previously, when you guys initially walked in, you guys couldn't hear any music. It was like pure silence. But when you guys walked in, you guys realized he was playing the scutcheon, and the strumming of the instrument itself kind of echoing throughout the Jingshi. well, he was behind the sliding door, and you guys could only see him through the screen, his shadow, rather than Hanglejun himself. But when you guys exit the house, speaking with Shijui, the music follows you, and now you guys can hear it kind of echoing throughout this entire magical domain. As you guys step back out the front of the kind of on the outside of the threshold to the Jingxi, you guys turn to each other, surrounding Sijui and Jingyi, who is sitting off to the side. Some magical little helpers in the form of butterflies and little animals, butterflies coming over and bringing tea for you guys, setting out.
They're Disney princesses.
Basically, and
I'm getting
as you guys
Avatar
start to
Spirit
discuss,
World vibes.
entirely. So Sijui's there, and Inala, you're passing him the evidence, I believe. So as he takes hold of that from you, and it's been pieced together, and you guys can see some sort of like paste on, she kind of took a piece of paper, like we'd said before, and like put some paste on it, and then put the pieces in where they fit together on the paper. And it's pretty burned, pretty tarnished. And he takes it and he starts to read it. So he's going to roll an intelligence check just based on, it's because it's kind of hard to read. So this will just be how well he can understand what's going on, even with the ripped pieces and the burned parts and everything. Let's see. Okay. So he starts to read it through, and he looks up at you guys and asks, what exactly was this, and how did you guys find this exactly? You spoke of finding yourselves within the Cian household and having some sort of interaction with Lusitania. Did you fight her? What exactly happened?
Yeah, we fought her. She's really like a piece of crap, so...
Well, I mean, we didn't technically fight her directly. She kind of sicked this other thing on us, Kushimbo. And then we fought him, and we killed him.
And she ran away like a coward.
Along with your dad.
Yeah. My dad's
father?
not that great, okay?
Oh. We also fought Nine.
He's like, wait. Your dad is
him.
working with her?
Apparently, this is news to me. Or was. It's not anymore, I guess.
Well, it's not like you've seen your dad. You've not met him ever, right?
I mean, not that I can recall.
So your dad's been working with her for how long? Are you know her from previous experience? Is that
No.
There's
no relation. Her dad is just her biological father. He didn't raise her at all. She was raised somewhere else. And
daddy issues run in this group.
You could call it being raised.
You
could also
I
call
think
it
we all
being
kind of
around, but
we also kind of have. I think all of us have daddy issues, just a little bit.
That should have been our group.
That's different. Daddy issues. Petition to change the group name, guys. We're called daddy issues. Although Nemo's got more mommy issues.
Your first album, it's fine.
Nemo has both, I think.
I was gonna say he might have
daddy issues by Shadow's
parental
End.
issues.
There we go.
All the issues you could ever think of in one person.
Yes. So, anyways, she's not got anything to do with him. She only just found out he existed recently when we
roll
were
a persuasion
at the
check,
house.
Kanari and Karhale. Or Kanari with
One of us
advantage
at advantage?
from Karhale. It's up to you guys.
Take it.
Karhale have advantage?
Sure. Karhale,
Okay.
roll a persuasion check with advantage from Kanari.
Oh, thank goodness.
No worries.
Oh, that's so much better. Good thing I had advantage, or this would have turned out badly.
Sidri, are you sure that we should actually be working with these people, especially if they're related to the blue spider like this? And Sidri kind of locking eyes with Karhale and seeing your very powerful presence, as well as how large you are and like the strength of will that you have. And he's kind of boring into your eyes as he's looking at you. So
I kind of stoop down a little and
Okay.
get on his eye level and just dead eye contact. Yeah,
Mhm. And Sijui ends up putting a hand on Jingyi's forearm and a low, not a whisper, but just saying lowly to him, I trust them. They seem not to have any hand in with the blue spider, like it might suggest. And
kid we're trying to
Jingyi
get
kind
back.
of is a little bit not quite into it, but he's always not quite into everything. So
Why do you
Sijui-
call her the blue spider? Oh, sorry. That's just, is she blue? Is she spider-like?
she is a blue oni, the Ao oni. And you do recall, Nide himself being blue when he changed to his original form. So, and then also
Maybe I was told
to a blue
that.
form. The blue oni, they have skill in magic more than the other races. The pale and the red. The red being more
Traitor?
a lot stronger. They're a lot tougher than the rest of us, okay? And Sijui's, well,
Not that tough.
it depends per person. And Jingyi's just like, they're monsters, okay? They're crazy. So, and then Sijui goes, okay, let me read this. And so he goes through the and he starts to read it off, and it reads less like a book or a journal and more like just a bunch of notes scribbled down, like someone was putting together bits and pieces of a thought process that was separate from the paper itself. So the paper itself, the papers that you guys have don't necessarily have the entire plan or whatever, but it's like notes from a plan, and as he reads it through, you guys can kind of piece together what's going on. But for the most part, what he reads to you is notes on different kind of rituals, and it seems to be notes being taken from a main book. So there's a lot of page references, a lot of line references, things annotated and questioned and written to the side as to look into further and everything. And these references are being referred to one of Xianwei's journals. And he mentions the term Xianwei multiple times, and then also a symbol that's referring to the journal itself whenever it's like see page 32, Xianwei's journal kind of thing. And all of these are talking about different rituals that have to do with the detailed process of creating a terrarium of magic, cultivating and growing the natural magic of the earth into something harnessable and usable separately. And you guys see that reflected in the smaller terrarium that you guys saw as an example back with the crystals, the purple crystals, some of which Carholly still has with her. The ability to draw magic out of the earth like plants draw life from the earth, and putting it into a form that is usable in the material world. So that's the first thing that as he's going through. Additionally, another ritual that's focused on is a resurrection spell. And in all of this kind of strikes you because you had already grasped that as you had initially tried to go through, picking up some words that you pieced together to mean something like resurrection. And it's not the resurrection spell itself. It's not written like a wizard's spell. It more so talks about what is required of a resurrection spell. And it seems to be with a purpose in mind. Close the door, please. With a purpose in mind. Sijui ends up giving Jingyi ends up giving a side comment of like, if they're kind of messing with that, then that means that she's gotten enough power, or at least she knows someone with enough power like Hanwha Jun. Because he's one of the only people that I know that can do something like that, right? And Sijui gives a solemn nod and continues. The resurrection seems to be part of a larger scheme, and it also references 5 locations. 1, Eren. 2, Coagumus. 3, a city called Tedran. Coagumus, Karhala, you recognize as the city that the dragon Coagumus had ruled and has been named Coagumus since. Past tense being Coagumus having been defeated by Jezrien in the past and in the Western Winds in the past. So the next city, Tedran, 3rd, Solis, and the Asian Sea, not a city, a place. And it marks each one, and Sidgwi points this out to you guys as he's showing you guys this information, not showing to Kanari, but explaining it out loud, that there's these symbols that in their language in Abyssal does imply finished, like almost like a check mark in like your normal societies, what you guys might recognize as a check mark, but it's a symbol that just means finished or in process, undone, stuff like that. But each one has a symbol of finished except for Eren. And further, as he goes through, it mentions a creature called, as a part of the larger scheme, but it's still kind of disjointed and it's not really clear what exactly the larger scheme is or what this whole thing has to do with, what all these different pieces of information have to do with each other. But it mentions a creature called the Guijishao. And he clarifies that the Guijishao, it's another word for executioner in common. And the term itself also having a different dialect that's apparently noted in the script called Kaidi. And when he says this, Kanari, go ahead and give me an intelligence check, please.
Of course, the last place is Eren. Where else would it be?
He also says that there's a smaller scribbled note off to the side of this section that says the tethering was successful with another symbol of finished next to it. And it mentions the focus is innocuous. And there's like a little bit of a face drawn, like a happy laughing face that is a little bit out of character with what's going on the pages.
DM, I'm so sorry. Can you spell the word for...
Oh, you can just write down.
There were so many.
You can just write down executioner. Executioner as a name that was given, being repeated multiple times as a part of this larger scheme.
I'm actually going to get out one of the crystals and give it to Sidgwi. Let me see. I'll give him.
You have
I'll give him
2
one of the
purple,
red
right?
ones.
One of the red.
Have, one purple and 3 red. So I'll give him one of the red ones.
Let's see.
I took this from. She said something about growing a magical terrarium, being able to turn the earth into a magic that's something that's harnessable. I think this is what she was doing. And it just occurred to me.
And he looks at it, examines it.
I've carried this with me for quite a while now, since we ran into her. So, long story short, we helped a caravan get from Eren to Havar. And there we discovered the Lady Cien's plot. And yeah, trying to make a really long story short, we burned that location and she's not trying to use it anymore. The kid we're trying to get back. Her name's Atoll. And Yuji 1 is the reason she's dead. We burned her lab, which pissed her off a little bit, so she put out a bounty on us. And we actually just killed the assassins. I'm sure that pissed her off a lot. We actually just killed the assassins that killed her. So, next on the agenda, sending the lovely lady a message. We're going to continue to be a thorn in your side until you kill us yourself. She killed God Snow.
I don't know if you really want to be, putting a target on your backs like that. I mean...
Well, the assassins aren't going to stop coming until either we're dead or we kill her. I don't even care about myself at this point. She's killed gods know how many cubs in pursuit of whatever this is. Science, magic, I don't care. She needs to be stopped. And apparently we're going to be doing Hong Guanjun a favor. So he brings a toll back, we kill her. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Kennard?
I rolled a 19, by the way, for that intelligence check.
19.
So it's a 19 total. I don't have it.
You've heard the term kaidi multiple times. It was the term that was used in reference to, in the past, it was a term used to reference the executioner, as in Jianyin in the past. He was the executioner within the monastery.
Mm-hmm.
And you recognize that term as the one that the monks around you were, the name that was given to them to call it. And it wasn't used all the time. Normally they used terms like monster, stuff like that. But periodically you would hear it whispered from some of the higher ups.
Oh, lovely.
And Sidri responds to you, Karhale, saying that it doesn't seem like the first thing for you to understand, Yujiwan, is that Yujiwan, she doesn't have magical power anymore. The Blue Oni are known for their magical power. She doesn't have access anymore. The Oni have their own ways of punishing their kind. One of such ways is the ability to take the power of an individual to dip into the magics of the world. They can block them from it. It's a sort of curse. And it's a punishment given to those Oni that use their powers of dipping into the world's magic against the world itself. So she can't use regular magic anymore. She has to use, since she can't grasp the magic herself, she has to use other objects or people that can to her,
like
for her own games. Like Knight. So I'm assuming that this must be part of her seeking out the power again. And Jingy leans in and he goes,
power?
yeah, she's got lots of issues, I'm sure. And one of many is just the fact that doesn't have access to power, so she uses anything else that can. So she's been, from what I know, and what Hong Guanjun's brought us down here for, it's because she's been taking different things from different areas that have a lot of magical power. And Chenjing. And Jingy is kind of like, how does she? And Sidri just, yes, Chenjing. As well as the Stygian seal, as you already mentioned. She's been collecting these items.
Does she have
other items before, but these ones are of a bit higher of importance, or more like a higher reason for fear and everything from Jingy.
Than the Stygian?
I mean, it's kind of...
I wore half of it briefly. I know what it can do. Not by choice.
Sidri, then you understand that it's dangerous to be within her hands.
I don't want to know what she can do with both halves. Does she have both halves?
As far as we understand, all we were alerted of, or Hong Guanjun was alerted of, because he had the connection, and Sidri, yes. All we were alerted of is that the Stygian seal had been tampered with and been removed from its place of safety, its place of protection. And since then, we hadn't been able to follow
What
its signature
idiot would do something like that?
Jingy, probably an idiot that didn't really know what they were doing or wanted world domination, something along those lines, because that's the only reason someone would want that thing.
Well, safe to say it wasn't world domination.
Needless to say, Jingy, the Stygian seal can only be tracked. It only has a trail when a magical essence to it when it's not attached to a user. So when it becomes detached, it is trackable once again. So we picked up the trail initially being taken from its place of safety, and then it showed up again up near the Dao tribe. That's why we showed up there, or at least Hong Wanjun showed up there, and that's where we believe it was Nide attacked the village itself, and left a large a massacre behind him.
You might not know anything about this, and this is a bit off topic. The Ati tribe. Do you know if they've been harmed?
The Ati tribe, as far as we haven't visited, we don't. There's no interaction between us and them.
Well, maybe one in particular, Adahianu. He was at the Dao tribe the day you saw us.
Jingy's, I don't remember. And then Sidgwi, I recall he was with you all, correct? And he returned with us to take the bodies back. He was a kind man.
Was he?
Very purposeful.
Well, okay. Yeah, I guess that. Do you know...
Kind, I find, comes in different forms.
I suppose. Do you know what happened to him?
As far as we understand, he left the bodies behind, and he just took off, just almost immediately after. So apparently there was something going on with his tribe that he needed to go and get himself involved in. I don't know. But if you're saying that he was engaged with the Yati, then that's the only connection we really have. Maybe Hong Guanjun knows more. He's been around for longer. We're kind of young.
Well, I'm gonna have to eventually go see the Yati myself at some point. That's besides the point. Sorry. Continue with
What do you have with the Ati?
My mother's Ati.
Right.
I mean, I've not really prioritized this, but eventually I'd like to go back to actually, truly, and like officially embrace my Tahungeu. It's a little bit low on the priority list, what with, the coming darkness, the apocalypse, and all that stuff. But that would be nice if we could eventually do that.
Your Tahungeu what?
A Tahungeu, it's a trek to find your Earth-given destiny. It's what led my mother to Jezrien, and after the Western Wind split, then to Lake's Keep, where she met my father.
Maybe get the Ati to help you kill your uncle.
Somehow I doubt the Ati are willing to go to war against the largest tribe of Talai.
Nah, they seem like they're pretty foolhardy.
I have to level with you.
She has an army. Sorry.
We have a Hulk. Oh, sorry.
Both are me. Both are me. It's fine. I'll level with you. They call us savages for a reason. Kel would rather sign a peace treaty than go to war with Talai. So if that says anything about us as a people.
Fair enough,
as far as I understand, according to the stories, Goliath are very, very strong and known to be not great adversaries in the sense that they're dangerous.
Thank you. You're sweet.
He blushes a little bit. Jingy. Okay, so circling back though to UG1, she's crazy, she's evil, and she wants power because she has no access to regular power anymore, I guess, or something. So like, what are they supposed to do about it? Like, what is Hongwejin gonna have them like? Why are they even here? Why is he agreeing to this? And Sujui goes, well, according to what he wrote to me, basically he thinks that perhaps if he can avoid being the direct line of aggression against Yuji-wan and her followers, which are mortal for the most part, as far as we understand, it might be just safer in the long run for us, him, and probably worse for Yuji-wan herself, because at least this means that mortals themselves will be fighting her, and they can tell the other mortals of her dangers and whatnot. But what do you all know about resurrection and what it entails?
I didn't know it was a thing until last week.
Entails much sacrifice.
Yes, much sacrifice. What Hong Wen-dun says you'll need to bring when his isolation ends, and that'll be in about... actually, what day is it today?
15th?
No, you guys are on the 20th. This is the 20th.
Dang. I was off just a little bit.
Yes, so today is the 20th of Yodul. And today is also the day that Atoll's wearing Atoll's spell of keeping her body from decomposition and stuff wears off. And Nemo will have to figure out whether he wants to hijack that or pay another 100 gold for it. Either could work. And you guys also have a scheduled thing on the 22nd to meet with the church, the Telluri ministry. So,
yay. Looking forward to that so much.
And that auction, whenever we can figure that out.
That's on the 3rd?
On the 25th.
25th?
That's when his isolation ends.
Not even?
Yes.
No, the auction.
The auction. The auction's on the 3rd, right?
Sorry, is that what did you ask me that? I totally didn't hear.
Yeah.
The auction is on the 2nd. That's the day.
2nd. I was close on that one.
You were. So it's coming up soon. His isolation ends on the 5th. So what you'll need by then is one, you will need a crystal strong enough to channel the spell. It's just the expected an expected addition to the spell or payment for the spell. This will meta be.
Can I pull out one of the crystals I have for my?
Okay.
You should have had this before.
It'll be a crystal that you guys will. It'll have to be worth 500 gold pieces.
Mine are worth 300.
It's not big enough. You're gonna need something bigger. But you'll pull it out and you'll show it to Sidri, and he'll go, no, you're gonna need something almost double this size, close to. But this size of a crystal would shatter during the spell itself and not be able to channel the energy that the spell itself contains. Second, you will need a soul tether of some sort, something to call the soul back. So I assume all of you guys would stand as something like that for your friend, as she is close to you all, yes?
I mean, if that works, what do we do?
How close do we have to be to, like, call a soul back?
It's hard to quantify. More so, if you believe to have sway over her and her being, if she would listen to you, that's all you need.
I could
because the
tell
soul
her
has
she
to be
better
willing.
get up.
And if the
because she's
soul
got
isn't
stuff-
willing,
I'm sorry.
if the soul isn't willing, it won't return, and the spell will disperse. So that's the second thing. Third, you will need a body for the soul to fill her body. Is it still okay? And fourth, you'll need the power to cast the spell. And fifth, Janora herself, the goddess of law and order and all of it, her domain are the souls that inhabit mortals. So it's up to her to allow a soul to come back or not. If perhaps we were doing this through the power of Jadith herself, who loves to edge into her sister's domain, or perhaps one of the other gods who have the power to sway Janora, then we wouldn't have this trouble. But Janora only releases a soul if you give one. So you will need a soul to give in exchange for a toll. And that
You want
is up
us to
you.
kill someone?
You will need a live person here, willing or unwilling. They don't have to want to. Maybe someone bad. Who cares? You'll need someone to exchange.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm confused. You mean like we have to kill them while she's being resurrected so it like...
No. Rather, as a part of the ritual, they will be put into they will be the one holding the crystal. And Janora, knowing the spell and registering what the spell is asking of her and pulling from her, will take what she is owed. So the spirit will just leave their body when a toll enters hers. That is the price, the sacrifice to be paid for a soul. You must give one.
No, that's out of the question. Holly,
Why is that out of the question?
And
a toll would not want you to kill yourself for her.
I mean, is it really like that? It's kind of like a trade.
Keep in mind too, I mean, if a toll doesn't like what she's seeing when you guys call her soul here, she might not come back. So
can you imagine that? Carla, you give up your soul, and then Toll comes back and is like, nah, this place is crappy, and leaves?
Well, as far as I understand, if she decides not to come, then the spell itself doesn't get fulfilled. The energy is expended, and the diamond itself will be shattered, but whoever's soul in exchange would stay, because a soul wasn't taken. So at least you're safe there. And so
what if we kidnap Lady Lusitania and force her to hold this diamond, and then we take out the bad guy, bring a toll back? 2 birds, 1 stone. Although why you would throw stones at a bird, I don't know. But it doesn't seem very effective. But anyway.
Janora herself organizes the magic of the world in terms of an exchange of equivalents. And in this case, the equivalence of a soul can only be a soul. So this is your choice to make. If you find someone you're willing to exchange for your friend, then Han Guanjun will help you.
Okay, guys, hear me out. Didn't Atul say she had a brother?
That's the worst idea.
Nemo still has a letter from a brother unopened.
Terrible idea. Using Lady Lusitania's our best,
I'm sure he would be probably willing, you know, family.
I believe she said he's young. I believe she said he's young, but I mean, would
even
she
better?
know?
Then he hasn't had too much to like remorse of.
You've got some issues. We'll unpack those later.
You've got some issues. We've got them too.
We're gonna
His luck
unpack
was
that
terrible for
later.
that.
But anyways, if we manage to somehow get... So Lusitania is powerless without all of her little relics, is what you're telling me.
As far as we understand, yes. But we haven't encountered her ourselves, and we don't know what exactly she might have or who she has at her beck and call now. Hong Wenjun knows more, but even he hasn't encountered her for at least... and he starts counting on his fingers, and Jingyi starts counting on his fingers, and then Jingyi's like, 600 years or so. It's been a long time.
How can you avoid someone for that long? That's besides the point. Sorry. So, if we can manage to disarm her of all her little relics, bringing her here wouldn't be that difficult, right?
In theory.
Oh, that never turns out well for us.
Supposing you can separate her from Nide and anyone else she commands. But yes, in theory, that could work.
Do you know anything about Konotosh Koe? He serves Lusitania.
If he does, then it's a newer service. We've never heard of his name before. Okay. At least not until you.
I'm trying to figure out what he has to gain by her.
And she tends to pick up people to follow her and discard them as quickly as she does clothing.
And Nide. What can you tell me?
Nide's been with her for a long time. Almost since the beginning. I'm not sure why he follows her, but he does.
I'm assuming power or amusement. I can't decide between the two.
I'd say both of those things are heavily desired by Nide. He's a very somewhat mischievous, malicious Oni. More red than blue, if ever we'd seen one, honestly.
How long have you guys been alive?
Enjoys causing trouble, strife among mortal groups of power. What did you say?
Well, I got that far on my own, honestly. How long have the two of you been alive? I would like to ask you a question, but I don't know if you've been alive for that long.
We're about... And Sujui says, I'm 548. And Jingyi is I'm 432.
I think you've been alive that long. Okay. I don't know how much you guys...
You kind of seem like a baby, pointing to the one that's kind of... I don't remember his name. The less mature sounding one.
Yeah. And he stands up straighter and folds his arms and looks aghast at you, and there's just like there's bristling, very heavy bristling.
Was that rude? I'm sorry. I
think it was.
Should we?
It's a compliment. You don't, appear like you're so old and ancient, right?
You don't look very. You're barely even. You're not even. You're just. Should we? Leave it alone. And
I could put down Flustered and Immortal on my checklist for today.
How old are you?
16.
Exactly.
I haven't had a birthday.
You were barely as old as baby. Gosh. And he kind of like settles, holds his arm, kind of turns his back a little bit to Sujui. Sujui, yes. Anyways,
so I'm wondering, what do you know about Jezreen?
Jezreen.
The accounts that I've been hearing, things aren't lining up.
Interesting.
From what my mother has told me about him, and from what Anala's found in the library, and from what people say about him, are all very different things. My mother is Nora Jasper, one of the Western Winds. Do I need to include that with every introduction of myself? Because I keep forgetting to mention it, because I keep forgetting that it's important.
The names sound vaguely familiar, but not more so than any story that the mortals would make. I'm sorry, we don't normally live within the bounds of mortal society. We age so slowly in comparison that it would be ridiculous to live alongside a mortal. No offense, but your life, and he looks at all of you. Actually, all of you guys have short lifespans. Your lives are but they are about a candle within our lives, and you would burn out very quickly.
Not you, Ty. He's not talking about you.
Your kindled flame would snuff out within hours of how long we live. We care about all of you, an inordinate amount because of Han Guanjun and things he stands for, but most of our people stay to the outskirts of your problems and your struggles. Your kingdoms are passing, and to be honest, I don't even know many of the names of countries that you are throwing between each other. The names we know are probably from past countries that are no longer.
Were you alive during the darkness?
And they look between each other. We weren't. And they kind of look over to the Jingxi and they go, we believe Han Guanjun was.
Because I feel that something might be coming that happened during that time. I don't know.
Well,
weird
we've all
visions
been getting visions.
And whatnot.
We've been getting visions of the dark days, things that happened then to a particular man, Captain Norville of the Honor Guard.
I see. And they do actually.
I know we saw people that wore gold armor. We saw people that wore red armor and the scroll.
From at least what we know of history, probably the Honor Guard is the people that would probably be what you'd seen. They were a group of, in the past, before the darkness, there were multiple different countries, each one directly serving one of the five. And Taylor's country had a group of battle-ready warriors called the Honor Guards. They were known to wear shard plate armor, glowing with bright colors according to their abilities. That's probably what you saw in whatever it is that you saw it.
Atul said in her visions that she had seen Jezrien wearing both blue armor and gold. Do you know the differences between the two? What abilities, what allegiances are reflected by those colors?
Gold is most definitely an allegiance to Taylor. Blue itself, as far as we understand, nothing older than that, or nothing that goes beyond the time of present countries. Maybe it's a reflection of a country's colors, perhaps. I don't know.
Do you guys remember the cave where we had that vision? It was a general. a captain that was in charge during a war
Mm-hmm.
between two countries that don't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That was when we had that vision.
One of them.
Yongon and Toron. Do you know what those are?
Yongon and Toron. Both of those. So what was this in reference to? Just meta. Where did you hear these names? It was in the vision.
It was on the headstone of the general, the Lotus General.
Oh, okay. Sidri's not going to recognize the names. And he'll restate. I assume it's a pair of countries that existed in the past, but he didn't roll high enough for that. But Jingy's, I've never heard of it either. And both of them won't. They don't recognize it. The names, but like we've said, mortal countries are alternating all the time. Tal exists now, but in another 50 years, it probably won't, especially at the rate it's going, as far as we understand. And Kel used to not exist. It used to be a small pocket of a country. But from what you say, it seems to have a lot larger of an impact on the south of the continent now. They're ever changing. I'm sorry.
Well, something that hasn't changed in a millennia, at least, are the tribes of Talai.
Actually, that's incorrect. You would know that Talai itself is like kind of a newly formed group of people. Like it's the group itself has lasted throughout
new information for me.
A long time, kind of thing. But they have only in the past maybe 60 to 70 years or so actually settled down. They used to be a nomadic Goliath tribe, kind of what you would know of like classical Goliath culture and everything.
Well, that's good to know.
As the more rabid and pillaging kind of groups and everything, they used to be that, but they are no longer, kind of thing. They have settled and become more giving to society rather than taking and whatnot. Become less the pillagers and more just people who are living.
Well, then I rescind my statements.
yeah. But they used to travel and they used to be nomadic, and they've only recently settled in the Talai Mountains and made the group of people that you would recognize as that. They don't really talk about those days though. It's like it's one of those, it's a bitter past thing, so you might not have known, to be honest, because they wouldn't look upon that past of those ancestors as respectable, because they weren't.
But I would have known that we haven't been there for that long.
I mean, you're only 20, so like that's it's true. 70 years a long time. Like Hakone wouldn't remember that either, kind of thing.
That's true. Anyways, I still rescind the statement.
But yes, ever changing, and power groups rise and fall all the time. We try to stay out of it. We're supposed to stay out of it. It's not our place.
How's that going for you? You guys seem to be involved an awful lot for people who are not supposed to be involved.
Hong Hwan-jun thinks it is our place to be involved. And that's kind of why he's not allowed to go back to the Baoshan Mountains. They won't accept him back. I mean, one, because of, doing illegal magic, but also he just won't abide for the most part. He won't do anything to really get them mad at him necessarily, but what he does just isn't done normally.
People like that tend to be the people I like.
I think that's why he agreed to help you.
Oh, not
we
because
can
they
offer
offer
you.
him? That normally doesn't work with people.
He. Go ahead.
No, you finish your sentence first.
He takes. When he hears someone speak, he doesn't take into account how they say it, or how loudly or how quietly. He purely takes the content, and he doesn't care whether you shouted it or not. It doesn't faze him.
Nice. Does anyone remember what we ended last session on? I feel like we were talking about something, and I wanted to continue the conversation.
You wanted to ask about the language they were speaking because you recognized what Han Guanjun
You're welcome.
said.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you finish Karhale, thank you. I will.
No, that was it. That was it. Go for it, man.
Yeah.
This is a side note, by the way. What language was Han Guanjun speaking in there? He said something like "You're welcome," but she'll say in whatever language it is. Like, he's familiar with that language. Is that language he normally speaks, or?
That is our home language. Yes. The language of our people.
Like your people, meaning like Pale Oni or Oni in general, or?
It is the original form of language given to our people when they were created.
That answered my question.
It does. There are different, perhaps forms and dialects between the Aka Red, between the Aka Ao and the Shiro, but the form of what you're asking about, it sounds mostly the same, very similar to regular ears, common ears.
Another weird question. All mine are weird, but can I hold your hand?
Roll a persuasion check.
Just for a second.
and it has been a thing that there hasn't been like a major touching between them. There's been like a couple hands on Shinyi's forearm to like calm him down, like a brotherly, like step back, stop it kind of vibe, like a sister might do. My sister did that to me all the time. Anyway,
Danielle,
yeah, she would be like, and she'd put her hand on my forearm, like, don't touch me.
I remember that.
Yeah,
like, don't touch me.
Yep. And but yeah. So that has been a form of touch, but they don't really touch in general too much.
Yeah. I rolled a 12, so 11.
11. He's going to
just for a second.
For a second, then
I can't really.
And he'll put his hand out very gingerly and not quite into this.
Touch it just for a second. Does it feel like Jenyun's hand?
Roll an intelligence check.
Of his body.
This could be investigation. No. This could be perception. This is like your perception of feel. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because
as you feel his hand.
24.
24. So you feel his hand briefly, very briefly, because once you touch it, it's almost like he's immediately pulling his hand away. His hand feels like a normal human hand, though. Of all human hands that you felt, it feels normal.
Huh.
And it occurs to you that they are shifters in their personal abilities, and they can change their form, like physically change their bodies, kind of thing. So, in essence, what you feel is a human hand, and you know he's in a human form. Is that what you wanted?
Well, no, I can't see, obviously, so I was trying to get a feel of what you look like.
I can understand that.
Do you guys have a normal form that's like your goat, like the one you're born into that's not quite human,
Jingli
that's a
perks
bit
up
bigger?
from behind him and everything, pulling out from behind him. He goes,
Maybe got some
well,
hair?
yeah, we're Oni. Do Oni look human to you guys, or?
I've never
And-
seen one, mind you.
And they have this whole time for Carholite, for everyone who sees and everything, been in a human form. Like they've been up to your level, a little bit shorter, kind of keeping to a form that looks to be an adolescent human age, with their very white clothing, their bands of white, and their swords, the beautiful swords at their sides and everything. But they looked human. And when you say that, they go, "We do have an original form. Would that bother any of you to shift back to?"
It wouldn't. I'm actually kind of curious now.
I'm very curious.
And Genie's like, "Okay." And he shifts up and he rises and he grows about 1 foot taller than he was originally. So he was around the range of like 5'4" or so initially, kind of around 5'4", a little bit shorter than Nemo. Both of them were kind of hugging that area, and they both grow to about 6'4" or so, a little taller, and coming on to where Kanari is standing at, and both of them shifting, like they grow in size a little bit broader shoulders. They still look younger, and they're still not quite as muscular as the blue Oni that you saw Nide in his original form, as he was like huge and hulking, like a thick barrel character, huge and everything. They are nowhere close to that size. They're shorter, smaller, a little bit more petite, though you wouldn't really call them that necessarily, since they're larger than your normal humanoid. But as they grow, their skin changes from this like tanner color to paling into graying, until it's no longer pinkish skin, but instead just this a pale white, smooth skin, not scaled or anything, that kind of fades between black, not black, gray and white. So like at the tip of their nose, it's like very white, and then it kind of has like some grayish coloring, almost just like shading to their skin. And the hair itself turns more white into this like ombre, kind of going down to black at the end. And but they're still wearing the same clothing and everything. They just kind of shift up, and all of the clothing itself shifts with them as well. The swords themselves look better sized for this form of them, as a side note too. Though the sword itself does shift with them. Actually, it's magical. So anyway, all this to say, they also have claws that grow out of their hands. And instead of like your normal nails and everything, they have physical claws that look like they could do some damage. And teeth that grow out of their mouths. So as you feel them growing before you, Kanari,
She reaches her hand out again. Please.
and
Real quick.
Sidri, again, in the same reluctant way.
I get it. Please. Just real quick.
And you don't have to roll for
feel-
this. Based on your initial roll, yeah. You like immediate touch, you can feel like the way his fingers, and it's not quite like nails themselves that come to a point.
Yeah.
It's like the fingers themselves come to a point, like just naturally transitioning into claws. And that feeling of that natural transition rather than nails kind of claws is an immediate recognition to you. And it feels like hands that you felt before.
You're being really weird, Kanari. Weirder than usual.
I know. I'm so sorry. I think. You know my friend, Jinyin, the one that I only mentioned like twice? I think he might be an Oni of some kind. I don't know what color, because I obviously. But
That's
maybe.
great.
Maybe.
That's not
So that's
exactly possible. And Jingy's like, how would you know one of us? I mean, unless you met one of the red that were terrorizing and stuff.
Oh, he's not. No,
They're the
he's
only
not.
ones that really venture into regular society in their true form,
is-
like for you to feel their true form. Like Blue Oni never reveal their true form if they can help it. And none of us would either, at least not where mortals are around.
I don't know if he has a. I don't know if he knows that he can change, or if he has a choice. I don't know. One of the two.
Was he there against his will, like you were?
Oh yes, I mean we both were trying to escape when were left for dead in the desert.
You said his name, right? You said it out loud?
Yeah, I said Jenyan. Yeah. Oh boy, I was not expecting that. Okay.
Yeah. So both of them kind of there's a bit of a look shared, mostly confusion. But they both kind of just allow you to continue thinking it through on your own and not adding anything else from their side.
You guys wouldn't happen. I mean, I'm sure like not all only know each other, but like, you guys, that name doesn't ring a bell. You don't know of anyone. I don't know. Never mind. It's a stupid question. I just a little confused.
We are also confused. We honestly don't understand how you could know anyone like us in our natural form, unless it was, like we said, a red intent on destruction or terrorizing wherever you were.
He's not intent on destruction. He is
That's
not
the only thing red can be. The Aka
Well, then he
only
must not be a
know to
red one.
destroy.
I don't know what color he is, but he must not be a red one.
He's green.
If he's pale, then we would know of him, and we don't recognize that name. If he,
I mean, maybe that's not his true name.
There's not that many of us. The Oni are few, and that's part of why we keep to ourselves. We can still die, like anyone. We just won't die of old age.
Well, all I know is he has a pure heart, and he's kept there against his will. So I don't know if they have ways of keeping him from shifting. I don't know. I know almost nothing. But
that is unnerving for an Oni to have been taken, and for well, I suppose maybe we just don't recognize. Maybe it's and there's a bit of a smaller exchange where they're quietly whispering to each other.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe if you speak to Hanjun, he would know more. Like you said, he's older than we are.
Yeah, when we come back, we've bothered him enough right now, but when we come back, maybe I'll ask him if he knows.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
Side note, you guys are all pretty beat up from your fight from before and everything. Like, you guys healed up some, right? You guys rolled hit dice and everything, so you guys have some HP back and everything, but you are pretty beat up. In looking at you guys and kind of taking that into account, Sidri will offer, would you like to stay for the evening? There are guest quarters that are a part of his magical domain, if you'd like. Ours are on the east side, or what stands as
honestly,
east, moon side, and there's some free ones on the far side.
I need to get back.
It's not a bad idea. Do you need to get back that badly? Could we
There's too much to do in these 2 days.
Well, we gotta rest at some point.
It's up to you guys. The offer stands, and Shijui and Jingyi will be willing to direct you guys, but let you guys make the decision. So if you guys want to leave, there is the small wooden pier that goes out farther to the edge. And when they do, and we mentioned the guest quarters, you do see a building attached to the Jingshi, but by another wooden pier. No. It's not attached to the Jinxie. It's attached to the pier that you guys are on, but a little bit in front of you, and it hadn't occurred to you to like notice it until they brought it up. And it's weird. Anytime, like, you're almost only seeing things once it's brought to your attention here. The way this magical domain is, it's kind of weird. And so when you guys initially came in, all you saw was the pier itself, and then you got to the Jinxie, and then you saw the Jinxie, etc., etc. So now that they mention the buildings, you guys can see them.
Inala,
I mean,
Nari, I think
if
we
we
should.
don't have
We've
to
gotta
be
rest
back
at some point.
tonight, it'd be nice to rest in a place where we know there aren't going to be assassins trying to kill us. But
That is a factor. You guys do have assassins still after you.
It is true. I would like to sleep with both eyes closed for one night.
Is there something specifically that you need to do tonight, Nemo?
I mean, I have 2 days to find out to get to a toll. Redo the.
You still have your sludge that you got from Cook, by the way, and you'll need somewhere protected for it.
Is that the
safe
DM's way of
place.
saying I should stay?
No, Cook told you. She was like, and like.
No, I
you'll
know
need
your
a
way of
friend,
saying you
basically
shouldn't go.
someone to
You should
protect you.
stay the night.
No, either which way. If you guys stay, that's cool. If you guys leave, that's cool. Just keep in mind that you guys are not healed to the fullest when you guys leave. It will be a trip, as you guys all can't fly.
Well,
Kanari can't,
It
but
is
I
a
can go
half day's
alone.
journey. You're not going alone. Remember where it causes excruciating pain to be far apart from each other?
so
Not
you
that
guys are
far
at.
away.
You guys aren't quite
It's
sure
a
how
half
long
day's
it's gonna be to
journey.
be. You're not quite sure how long it's going to be to get back to the city, actually, because you
Even
guys were
longer
out
because
a
of
half
me.
day's journey, and then they took you guys farther out. Yeah.
They're not going to fly us back. We got to rest at some point.
Yeah, fine. We can, or I'll stay.
All right. Shijui, would you be able to take us back to our horses, or is that out of the question?
Well, and they kind of like poke at their pockets where the little talismans had been and everything, and he
Aw.
pulls out a single one left, and he goes, "We don't." And that's Sidri, and then Jingy pulls out also just a single one left, and he goes, "We don't have enough to be able to fly all of you guys back. We could take perhaps one of you."
Well, I mean, if Kanari uses hers, didn't Inala go on one of the swords with you?
So yes, so Anala could fly on one, and then you're actually right. That could work because they used to
I'm
initially.
the
Just
only one.
they'd give
Yeah,
him one.
I'm the
Kanari.
only one
Kanari
who
no
can't.
longer has a talisman, kind of thing. So so their safety precautions.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
they're uncomfortable going without safety precautions because if they fall off the sword or whatever, or
fair.
you guys do,
Yeah,
you
that's
guys will
fair.
plummet to your death more likely than not, depending on how high they fly. They could fly lower, but it'll be slower and more dangerous. But
Okay,
they are willing though. They are willing. So they explain this to you that they could fly you back, kind of thing, but it's under the possibility that you guys might fall, kind of thing, and get hurt. Plausibly, they would use one for Karhali, and then they would have one talisman left for the possibility of someone falling. But if one more person fell, and then if it plausibly didn't get handed to the thrown to the person who was falling or whatever, like it was just going to be dangerous in this scenario.
Right.
I mean,
But
what
they
if
have
we
two
just
talismans
flew
left,
lower?
so you guys could fly lower. Yeah, it'll just mean you guys will still be at it'll be slower basically, but you guys can still fly lower. Maybe it might take maybe an hour more. It is presently edging into 9 or 10 or so in the evening. It's dark outside.
We should rest
So
tonight
I'm not saying it as a brag. I'm saying it as a fact. I do have the blessing of the Wayfinder Wapiti, and she allows us to travel much faster.
Is that on the
Just
ground?
saying.
Does in the air count as well?
It just says travel pace. It doesn't say anything about the ground.
Okay, then there you go. But still, it
Because
would
I
still
don't
take
think
longer
they
than it
thought to
originally
specify.
did.
Yes,
Mhm.
but still faster. Faster than going on foot, which is Nemo's concern.
Yeah. And also keep in mind your horses are out there in the middle of the dark, in the middle of a big wide desert kind of thing, and so they might be eaten in the middle of the night if you guys leave them out there. So there's that factor too.
They're not gonna make it.
No, they're not gonna make it. Hey, this
Um,
feels super like perfectly D&D. You get some travel horses and then they all die.
It's true. Now, if you there, we killed that big ol'
Sand Hydra.
Yeah, so there's
We'd
that.
probably eat the Sand Hydra first. There's pros and cons. Decision. Either we go back now, and we have to rest in the desert, which is a little more dangerous, or we stay here. And there's a chance our horses might not be there when we come back.
What's a horse? I mean, is it like, what's a horse compared to a good night's sleep? Is what I was trying to say. I'm actually aware of what
You've
horses
got
are
issues.
at this point.
Carhale, I'm pretty sure
You've
your
got
elk
issues?
only applies to being on the ground. It's an
Really?
earth spirit, and it says whether mounted or on foot, but it doesn't say flying
Flight.
along with it, kind of
Okay,
thing. And I
that's
feel like
fair,
it's
that's
the
fair.
attachment to the earth itself that affects your travel pace. You're still going a lot faster than you would on foot anyway. But I'd say it would like if you guys were a half day's journey away based on your elk thing and walking and stuff, flying would be the same amount of time kind of thing, not faster than your so it
Okay.
basically be doing what you were doing with the elk anyway, cutting it in half.
Okay, so whether they fly us back or we walk is going to make no difference.
Basically, yeah. So it'll take about the same amount.
In that case,
Give or take. I'm not
gonna
doing the
ask.
science aspect of it, kind of thing. I would say flying
Yeah.
is at least double the speed.
Yeah, in that case, I'm not gonna ask them to take us if I think it's going to take the same amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think we should just get some sleep and
But it
set
does
off
mean
early in the morning.
safety, because you guys are above anything that could cause trouble, basically, as you guys are going.
Fair.
So there's that factor of
you're
flight.
killing me with the decisions, Liz.
No, sorry. I'm just explaining the whole thing. You know, got to give you all the reasons,
Smalls.
all the things.
You know,
But
someone
anyway,
should
so,
make the decision besides me.
Jinyi and Situate will turn to Nemo and who was the main one who wanted to go home, and they'll turn to you, and Jinyi's gonna go. Well, do you need to go now? Because you can go now, and we can help you guys. Or if what you're saying is true and you guys don't really need it, then either which way, we'll give you these talismans so that you guys can. We'll have to fly a couple of you guys down, and then if you guys are walking, and we're on top of a mountain. You guys, they do reiterate, you guys are on top of like a not a mountain, but it's like a high formation, rock formation kind of thing, very tall kind of thing, very out of reach for most people than flying people kind of thing. So they're gonna have to fly you guys down anyway. So what would you guys like to do? Stay the evening, and we have quarters for you, and we can provide food.
We should stay the evening.
Or you guys could go now if you
stay.
feel like your horses would be at risk.
Anala
Stay,
and Nemo.
stay, Anala, Nemo, what are your votes?
We'll stay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll stay.
Okay. So, Sidgeway and Jingy nod, and they lead you guys to, so up to the Jingxi and then to the left, to this left building. And on this little pure bridge, the air is very, like, it's very nice. The weather here is kind of that level of moisture in the air, like, you know, it would be humid in the heat of summer and everything, but it's just very nice in the evening right now. They take you over to The house itself is built in a very different style from what you guys are used to. Not a Talon style, not a Kellen style. It's something its own, and probably you guys grasp that it's probably a design based taking from the Baoshan Mountains, their home, and everything, their people, and the way that they decorate their buildings. It's green. The tiles are in this like greenish shimmering, almost like jade, and they take you inside. The room itself opens to a large rectangular room. It's probably about 50 feet across, lengthwise, and then about 30 feet wide. And it's pretty much a big open room, and there's lined up bedrolls to the side, wooden flooring. At the center of this room, you guys do see a lowered pit into the floor and a table on the inside. It's a kotatsu table, and around that they have areas for people to roll out the bedrolls, and it seems just naturally warm in here as well. And they turn to you guys and say that you guys can request anything from the little helpers, and you guys see the little butterflies that are kind of just shimmering in the air as they go around. So anything you would like, food, water, drink, anything, these butterflies will be able to help you get. There's a level of this is the norm from their reactions to everything around them and the butterflies themselves that is not there for you guys. This is a very new experience for you, and you've never been in a magical space before or even really known that this kind of magic was a thing. Except for Nemo, he would have heard about it in the weekly Mages Weekly magazine kind of thing. And but yeah, so they point that out to you guys. There's a balcony that leads out to just kind of overlook the pond itself and the unending pond that it is. And they leave you guys to your own business. As they are stepping out, though, Jingy does turn back and he goes, "And if you don't feel like resting and you actually want to do something cool, there's the dojo on the far side of this area. It's attached to our guest house area. Just if you want. You guys seem like you guys like to tussle every once in a while, but just if you want."
A dojo.
Good evening.
I will
And
keep
he
that
does a little
in
little
mind.
nod, and Sujui does a deeper bow, very formal, as they back out. And you guys do see a building actually attached to your guest house as well, although they hadn't pointed it out. The dojo being on the far side, attached to the guest house itself.
I know
But
it's
yeah,
really
so-
early, but I have to pee so bad. Can we
No
take a
worries,
quick
no worries.
break?
Me too. I'm glad you
I
said
need water
something.
anyway. I
Oh,
forgot
cool.
to get myself water. So we'll take
Thank
a quick
goodness.
break as you guys are
Keep
settling
going.
down.
Cool.
Lovely.
Cool.
I'm looking through. I just looked through the. I forgot 7th and 8th level for sorcerer is level 4 spells.
Yeah.
This has got to be a very good benefit for me not to take those.
Oh, if you want, if you would prefer not to do a level into warlock, that's okay. Like, I was thinking level into warlock purely for like narrative flavor and
Purposes,
narrative and
yeah.
everything, but we can say it like more out of flavor, and you can still have the deal itself like a pact made. You just won't be a warlock technically.
Okay.
So it's up to you.
Okay.
If you want to stick with being a sorcerer, that's fine.
I'm
All I
got
heard
Eddie.
was warlock. Spoilers?
Ooh.
Spoilers?
Not
Question
at
mark.
all.
BT dubs.
Quite.
This drink is way better.
Yep. Kanari
I
is
am
now a
drinking
servant of
lemonade.
Lady Lusitania.
I just
She's made a
got
deal
some
with Lady
pomegranate
Lusitania.
juice.
UG1. UG1.
Not good. Don't do that, Kanari. Ooh, I just
What,
started
Erin?
working with pomegranate juice.
Ooh.
in my
Pomegranate juice.
Mm.
So we got pomegranate juice, tequila, triple sec sour mix. Excellent.
Nice. Josh made a drink. It was, what was it, darling? The peach, the mango. Right. Okay. Yeah. It was. There's a mango monster, like a mango flavored monster. It's pretty good. And then peach schnapps and bourbon. It was pretty good.
Ooh,
It was
Nice.
I need to get a bourbon. Do you have a brand that you like? I'm
All
going
my
between
friends are
Buffalo
alcoholics
Trace.
now.
I'm going
All
between
my
Buffalo
friends
Trace
are-
and Bullet.
All my friends are
Aaron, that's
alcoholics.
what I should ask Josh because I don't like bourbon really.
Well, you're lame.
I know I'm lame.
Well, maybe
Bourbon's just whiskey.
I don't like whiskey.
what's it
You
called?
like Jameson,
Plus-
don't you?
Have you drunk?
I like
I'm not
Jameson.
I'm not so much of a fan of just straight Jameson myself.
Oh, really? I love Jameson.
Like, I don't-
I've never
could
had
do that.
Jameson.
It's not as bad as other whiskeys I've had, but
You've
it's
never
not
had Jameson?
great.
You don't like Jameson Rodriguez?
They don't have all the money.
No one
for,
likes
like,
Jameson
burn with
Rodriguez.
alcohol. They want to burn their money with a cool new car.
Rachel, we were supposed to do fireball shots.
I never
Before
actually
the
got
game.
any. I didn't have time.
Are we even friends?
If
I
that's
guess
all our
not.
friendship
Fireball
is
is
based
the-
on, then
Yeah.
no.
This is a toxic relationship, an alcoholic relationship.
Yeah.
Okay,
This is the
This is
only
also
time
the
I
sound
drink.
of a
So what
Guchin.
else am I gonna do? What is the sound?
a guchin, the kind of instrument that
Don't hear
Han
anything.
Wenjun plays. You can't hear it?
No.
It's playing in the thing.
I can hear it.
I can hear it.
I can hear it. Because I'm special like that.
Just you.
I
can
literally
hear it.
don't hear it.
That is so sad though.
Yeah, it's not my
Anyway,
headphones
it's just
either.
like
I
my
can't hear it from
favorite
either.
Asian instrument. My favorite one, ultimately. It's just so cool, and it's basically like, it's like a long guitar almost that like lays on a table, and you strum it like that, and it's so awesome. Anyway,
What's the
so
instrument
fun.
that they play with the song that Uncle Iroh sings? The really
The-
sad one.
oh,
it's
and there's an erhu.
Oh, is it?
Are you talking about the do 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 do
the
that one?
kalimba or
Oh,
something?
kalimba. Yeah, Amber played
I
that
love
one.
those
That.
things.
Mhm.
Leaves on the
Kalimbas are the
Vine.
great.
I love the song, but
I don't feel like
Oh,
crying
I have
today,
it.
Kanari.
I have it here. It's
Canary
Just
like
say
sad
nothing
music I
better than
have.
You will.
Tickle Cry.
This was
What even?
courtesy of Amber.
I can't hear it.
Very quiet.
Oh, yeah.
Tiny shells drifting in the snow. Oh, so good. Anyway. But yeah.
Anywaysies.
Kitchen. It's my favorite.
Oh, I can hear
Asian
it now.
Oh, now? Yeah, there you go. That's it. Basically, it's just got this like such a resonant sound to it. I love it. Strings are just great. Anyway, so this is basically what you guys can hear over the waters, just kind of echoing throughout this like magical domain itself. The magic that's just
Zen
this
for me.
magical music that's just reaching and longing. Anyway, okay, so back into this, people. So you guys are going to take a long rest. Do you guys before you do so though, is there anything you guys have in mind that you guys would like to pursue, speak to one another about, blah blah blah?
Yes. I've been waiting. Can I ask one of the butterflies to bring me some Shia? I want to know if they're gonna do it.
Okay. Basically, they can do anything that a regular servant can. So in theory, that could happen. But we'll go ahead and roll me a d6. If you roll higher than if you roll 4 or higher.
4 or higher.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 5.
Awesome. So the butterflies end up fluttering away as you say this and everything. There's like a little bobbing in the air, and then they just kind of away, and eventually, like trailing sparkles, they come back inside and everything, carrying what looked to be like a handful of leaves. Right, that's the form it would take.
Yes.
And
Yes,
they
it
bring you a
would.
handful of leaves. It's enough for it's gonna be enough for only 2 people. But that's what they bring you. And there's this moment of like wordless communication when they drop it into your hands that this was all there was for them to bring, and then they flutter away. But it's wordless, it's not even telepathic, it's just an understanding that transfers from the creatures to you. But they do hover.
Actually gonna do
You need
it.
anything else. You now have multiple little green leaves, a little bit browned because a little bit dried out as they're meant to be. But you recognize them, and they have the same scent from your memories and everything, and you know it's Shia.
What's this,
I didn't think-
Kerhale?
I didn't think they'd actually do it. It's. How can I say this in a way that's not embarrassing? I used to smoke
Don't be
it
embarrassed.
in, you know,
Be embarrassed?
I can't say my youth because I'm still young, but I don't think I've
I've not been able to get my hands on any since
You
I left.
smoke it? So what happens when you smoke it?
I don't know. It's just nice. It's relaxing.
Calms you down.
Meta. It's fantasy tobacco.
Tobacco.
It's chill.
Fantasy tobacco.
Better than tobacco. Not as intense as weed. Somewhere in the middle.
The what?
I mean, there's enough for two if anybody wants some. But I was just going to use both.
Oh, I don't care.
So,
What does it do?
it's relaxing. It doesn't do anything. I mean, it's
I
like
guess I'll have some.
One of the butterflies flutters up to you, Nemo, and you get this understanding of the idea that you'll be able to see more while knowing less. You'll be able to
Can I-
understand
Um,
and yet know
how-
less.
So I'll do what contraption is it to use it, Rahale?
like a pipe.
In this case,
I have a pipe.
That's a pipe. Okay.
if you
How
guys,
does-
yeah,
How does this interact with my body? Might I ask the DM? Since I
you'll have to do it to find out.
I am currently
But that is curious.
because I don't breathe technically. I have.
I mean,
no-
You don't
can
need
breathe,
to. You
can't you?
can.
Well, I can't. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
But it's not like a.
You're just a vampire. It's fine, Nathan.
You're just a vampire. Basics.
Undead.
Meta, it gives advantage on wisdom checks and disadvantage on intelligence checks for an hour.
Oh, so like normal for me.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much. All right. I mean, do you want to share mine? Or you could probably ask them to bring you one. Or you could share mine. That's kind of
just-
It's more of a Goliath thing to share a pipe. If you want to, that's fine. But I know Kellans are weird about stuff like that.
I mean,
It would honor me if you shared mine.
I mean,
But Kellans
I've
are weird about that stuff.
I've seen you like relieve yourself, so I don't think I think we're a little past the Kellen forms of cleanliness and modesty.
I'm disturbed that you've watched me at some point.
I wasn't
Very
watching
disturbed.
you. You just were there.
No, I don't. Don't be weird.
Okay, well, I was caught in the moment, and I didn't want to say make a noise because then you would know I was there. But then I couldn't leave because then so yeah.
What is happening?
I don't know.
Granted, you guys did bathe together in the Gazuta Springs.
That's true, but I
bathed
kept
together?
most of my clothes on.
Wow.
I remember
You're
you
just
said you
skinny
removed your
dipping with
shirt.
me?
Yeah. Okay.
She wanted to show
How
off her
many
abs.
times do I have to say? She
No, I
wears
know. I was
a
bringing it up
bandeau
because I knew
style-
you would get
okay.
offended.
She wears a
Okay,
what?
because every time
She
wears
was wearing.
bandeau
She
style
was wearing a
top,
bikini.
and she wears something
She was in a
over
bikini.
it.
So she
Aren't you
wears-
just like rocks
Basically.
anyway? So there's nothing really revealing.
You know, I'm Goliath too. Have you ever seen a Goliath?
Okay,
Besides me?
I've seen you. Yes, clearly. Obviously.
I mean, like you can feel there's like if you were to actually this has never come up because nobody's ever like touched her at all. But like her skin has a little give to it. She's not like solid stone.
No, I know
her-
you're
her
not a
skin's like-
mountain. Like you're not like a
Her
rock.
skin's like it's like weirdly tough on the outside, but it's still like it's like got
It's
give
like
to it.
it's like the thing.
No, the thing is just a
Hi.
rock.
No.
Because the
The
thing
thing
has
is-
give and way and whatever.
She's got
Sure.
softer skin than some Earth Genasi might, kind of thing. But
Yeah,
you
'cause
are
she's not
definitely more
moisturized.
stone than like human flesh, though. Like you're
Yeah.
definitely not like human flesh at all.
Not like human, but like more human
Yeah.
than her mom.
Or
That's
more
true.
Goliath than her mom, obviously. This is a weird conversation, and I'd like to stop having it.
Just give me
So
that,
here.
and I'll just take it from you. Yeah.
Butterfly flutters
No,
over
you-
with a sort of longer, not quite a pipe like your English pipe necessarily, but something longer and narrower kind of thing. But you can put it in. You can stuff it into the edge.
Blow dart gun.
Kind of like a blow dart gun, actually, shaped more like that, but it's not as long. But yeah, and you can stuff it into the end, and the creature is explaining this wordlessly to you, and you just kind of almost understand what you're supposed to do, like flashes of it, images in your mind, as you stuff like the edges of the
Karhale knows how to smoke Shia.
leaves into it, and Karhale doing it without need of any explanation, stuffing it into the edges of another pipe flown to her and everything.
Oh, we're not
and
sharing. Wow.
you guys can light it.
I was under the
There is
impression
a
we were
heater
sharing one.
at the base of the
Same.
katatsu. If you guys have some sort of like flint thing, there's two. So you guys,
no.
I'm assuming Karhale is setting up the second one, unless you're saving it.
No, we were gonna share one. That was the whole thing.
So you're saving the second
And
one.
yeah, I'm actually going to can I Druidcraft light it?
So,
Because I want to.
Oh yeah, totally.
So I'll light it.
I'm just gonna
and-
roll my eyes when you do this.
Just kind of lights up, and smoke immediately starts coming out of it. And Karhale brings it up to puff. She breathes it in, lets it sit. And the air itself, like the smoke itself, kind of like curls up into the top of the little room here, curling up there and just kind of hanging out in the ceiling area and shimmering with the lights that are coming in from outside.
She actually tries to blow a smoke ring.
roll a dexterity check.
Oh, I'm rolling for this. I
No,
love that.
performance. A performance check.
Performance check. I'm better at those. And I rolled insanely high. Is my
Wow.
performance -1? No, it's just +0. 19.
19.
Ridiculously high I rolled for this.
And you guys see Karhale as she breathes in and then lets it out, like about 4 different rings coming out in her first try. And it's surprising to you, Karhale, because you're like, I haven't done this for a long time. So you're like, and then they disperse as the smoke carries up.
Trick would be proud of me. Huh.
I'm gonna take it from her, and then with
You-
mine, I'm going to use prestidigitation as I blow out to create, like, I guess just a star or something.
Is this a Bilbo Gandalf moment?
You see Nemo breathe it in and kind of trying to match you and everything. He lets it sit for a second, and then he lets it out. And as he does, he twiddles his fingers a little bit, and you see the smoke itself kind of going out into just a regular puff of smoke until it forms into a star and then disperses up into the air.
Now that's something I haven't seen.
You guys both immediately feel like loosening to your limbs, a loosening to your mental capacity as well. But in the in the sensation of loosening your mental capacity, it's like opening your mind to everything else, and you immediately hear like more of the sounds of the guqin being played out in the distance, and it's a lot louder to you at the same time as Kanari's breathing being louder to you and Anala's breathing. And you can hear your own heartbeats, but it's all mixing in this like beautiful music that you're intaking all at once.
Karhale, she lit the second one, right? But they weren't using. No one was using it.
No, I haven't. I
So-
was gonna save the second one.
Oh, you're gonna
I
save
would
the second one.
Say
Okay.
the
Unless
second
the
one,
two
you
of
would have
you
had to
want.
stuff into it because it's enough for 2 people to be affected by it. That's the amount that you were given.
Okay.
So this is enough for 2 people to be affected. So you stuff
Gotcha.
all of it into the one and are using it between Nemo and yourself.
Gotcha.
Sorry, no drugs for you, Anala.
Sorry, Nala.
I mean, you can ask
You can ask the butterflies to bring you your own drugs, but hey, this is tame as far as drugs go. It's like
But
Is it a
you
safe
can share it
amount?
or
around.
something.
You just won't have the benefits. Like, it's just not going to be strong enough for you to have the benefits. You'll still get a little bit of it, but it won't be to the level of what it's labeled as.
She's gonna notice just how. I mean, they're visibly relaxed, right? It's
They're
pretty
loosening
obvious
up.
at this point.
Carholly's leaning against the wall. Nemo is like flopping down, laying on the ground on the wooden floor.
As she's watching them just visibly relax and just kind of just chill out and vibe, she's just gonna go, man, I can't remember the last time I even looked. Carholly, what was that? I need some.
I mean, it's shashaya. It's leaves from the ukushaya tree. I can't find it anywhere in Tal. It's actually kind of hard to find in Kel too. It's mostly around Talai. I haven't smoked this since last summer. Trig taught me how to blow smoke rings. That was a good day.
My dad used to smoke, but my mom hated it. You know, I've been feeling really crappy lately. My mom isn't here. I think I'm gonna try some.
You know,
Okay.
Sigrun used to scold me for being a bad example to him, even though he's older than me. And that day she didn't. She sat with me. Or she sat with us. That was a good day.
As you're hearing like the sounds of their breathing around you and the heartbeat that you can hear, and this experience being like remembered by you from your times smoking chaya before, you do like in this echoing sounds of the present, you hear the echoing sounds of the past as well, and you can almost hear Trig's more like larger heartbeat next to you and Sigrun's calmer presence to your other side, and you can smell the forest around you and the smells of the earth and everything that are not present here, as the scent is something along the lines of like jasmine, something of incense and whatnot, but you can still feel the flashes of what you had taken in perception wise way back when. Kanari, you've seen multiple people, acolytes and stuff, at the monastery having like smoke stuff before. Yeah. And some kids like hiding it, some of it being part of like the training. But most of the drugs that were really involved in your guys' like in your childhood were things to cause pain or cause some sort of like clarity or focus in as a part of your training. Anything that was like extracurricular. What's the extra? Anything outside of training. There's a word that's extra something that I can't think of.
Extracurricular.
Well, extracurricular is what I was thinking of, but I don't.
There's another word I'm trying to think of, but anything outside of the training itself was done, was looked down upon and not really done very often. I'm not sure if Kanari would have partaken necessarily because she didn't have too many friends on that.
Probably not. No, she'd be like, Carly, does it hurt at all what you're taking?
No.
Oh.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it
I'm
was
generally
that...
concerned about your well-being and stuff.
No, I'm good. I was thinking about going to the dojo. Do you need a hug?
No, I was asking if you did. You clearly didn't receive enough physical affection as a child.
Anala, after inquiring, another set of butterflies brings you another set of Shaya itself for your own use, and you kind of follow the example as Karhala and Nemo put it together.
Did they bring her enough for Kanari? We could all smoke together.
She only asked for herself. She only inquired for herself. Kanari could ask for another.
I mean, if we're all doing this, I guess this is pretty safe.
Yay.
Peer pressure. Peer pressure.
Peer
It's
pressure.
not going to help with my training, though, so I don't see the
Smoking
point in it.
episode. We've done a beach one, a drinking one,
But
no smoking one.
I guess, sure, why not? All little creatures, can I have some of the drugs that they're taking?
The little butterflies like kind of bob and then continue out. And then they return shortly with
Also
another
some
set,
tea.
a long narrow pipe of a sort. And
Yes, we should do some
dried
of
leaves.
the calming tea, or what was the one? Yeah, what was that one? We should do that one.
So we can long rest in 4 hours instead of 6 to 8.
Nice.
Sure.
So
But
I'll
I
ask
guess-
for 4 cups of that.
Okay. So,
So-
you go ahead.
I would say she smokes it. Does it really do much for her? She already has advantage on wisdom checks. It's basically what she normally hears, right?
So,
If anything,
yeah,
it makes her.
it literally it's honestly a lot more disconcerting for you than for probably everyone else in this room. Nemo, by the way, sorry, you were affected in a way of placebo, and you realize at a certain point in the interaction and everything of Carly leaning back and you leaning back too and everything, and you kind of like taking account of your faculties and stuff, you're not actually affected beyond you feeling the echoes of what should be happening to your body in relation to what you're seeing from Carhale. And then now and all as she starts to do it and she starts to kind of like fluidly settle back and everything. But you honestly are not affected whatsoever by this.
I'm like Captain America.
Yeah.
Oh,
Having a
that's so
good
sad.
And it's honestly a little bit sad, and it kind of it stands out to you in the sense of, wow, your body really is really messed up. And it's that's kind of a realization that's kind of settling over you as you're sitting in the haze of smoke as everyone else is. Kanari, it's very disconcerting for you because Kanari doesn't like to lose control in that way, and in the sense of you are seeing just as much as you normally do and hearing just as much, and maybe it sharpens a little bit, but it's completely unbalanced by the fact that you don't understand. You know less in this moment. Like you're understanding what's going on less, almost like everything is coming together in less of a way that makes sense like you normally have in your blindness, but instead it's becoming a cacophony, and it's not really fun for Kanari necessarily. It's loosening a little bit, but the tension in your mind is growing because of how it's loosening your faculties.
No. You all, I hear you. You're breathing just as loud, but it's more annoying right now. And your breath, I don't like this. This is,
I mean, you don't have to keep doing it if you don't like
no,
it.
Thanks.
I mean, save it for me.
Yeah, here.
Another set of butterflies bringing in some cups of some empty little ceramic cups with decorative. They're white with this like greenish hue decoration painted on the edges, and they bring enough cups for everyone. There's 4, and then a little teapot. There's small cups though, and then a teapot that seems to be steaming. And somehow the butterflies are carrying it. You're not quite sure how the physics of this works, but apparently it doesn't really affect this domain as it settles down this little teapot. And then flutters away. But Kanari, you can scent like immediately it hits you once they start like coming through the door. Is the scent of sage, just a strong sage, and you can feel how soothing it is. And this is a calming tea for you guys to drink.
I did want to say,
this is the good stuff.
I'm sorry about saying I'm gonna ditch as soon as we get the Eltress. As soon as we destroy it, I mean. I didn't think any of you would be willing to do something like this for me, but I should have given you the choice. I don't think any of you understand the responsibility I have to these people. My people. No, I don't technically have to go back, but I could never forgive myself if I didn't. So, once this is all over, if you'd like to come with me, I'm not going to stop you. I would be honored if you came back with me.
Well, I mean, we'll see what's going on at that point, if the world even stops, if all this craziness ever stops. But I'd be honored to punch someone in the face for you.
Well, you wouldn't exactly get to do that.
Oh. Honored to stand behind you and look intimidating?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Alright.
when I go back, I have to take my place back lawfully. So that means proving he cheated and challenging him and killing him. Well, I mean, I don't technically have to kill him to win. I just have to get him to yield, but I doubt he would yield to me. Especially since the only reason I didn't do something when he challenged my father in the first place, I did nothing. Because I thought there's no way he'd kill his own brother. There's no way he would do that. So I abided by our bloody laws, and I let it happen. Anyways, that's a real downer. Sorry. That's not what I was going for.
It's all good. It's all good. We got this. You should drink some more of this tea. That might help you. Smoke a puff of that gross, bad leaf. Honestly, it
What
tastes
day
like
is it?
someone took tea that got corrupted and moldy and then made you, like, eat it. That's kind of what it's like. Anyway, what day is it? I don't know. It's like...
Well, I saw that Taylor's moon is full, and I thought Taylor's eclipse was supposed to be soon.
The moon that's presently out is not a reflection of what reality is. You guys stepped through one night and into another. So
we're in a different...
What was it?
this is
outside?
purely the ambiance that he wanted for this magical domain. Like, you guys were leaving kind of sunset and then came into full out night with a clear sky, whereas with not a clear sky but clouds and stuff here for this night, and you guys can still see the stars through it, but like the night you guys left was entirely clear. Nothing. It was like coming from one place to another at a different time. So the moon presently is you have most of Shinyu's moon out, and and a little bit of Asian's, but Taylor's is dark right now.
Did the eclipse of Taylor's moon happen recently?
From what
I know.
Yeah.
I know it happened the 12th.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
But that's Aaron's
understand
knowledge.
that concept, but no,
I mean,
don't know. I'm the wrong person.
No
to
offense,
ask.
it was just more for this. It was more for the seeing people.
That's fair.
Never mind. I guess I just got too wrapped up
Anola's
in
smart.
making
She might
that
know.
potion. It's probably best that I forgot. It would have been way more depressing.
What's up with Taylor's eclipse?
The day I earned my name.
in my tribe, you celebrate the day you're born until the day you earn your name. It's just the first one I've had since
Is the day
probably
you
for
born
the best.
birthday? Was that your birthday?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I was born in the spring and I earned my name in the summer. I'm actually one of the lucky ones because that year I got 2 celebrations. Trig was jealous. He was the opposite. Born in the summer, earned his name in the spring. So he only got 1. But I'm one of the lucky ones that got 2. But yeah, it's the first one I've had since I left. So it's probably for the best that I forgot.
Right. Well, congratulations, I guess, and I'm sorry we didn't celebrate with you. Didn't really know.
Really, really for the best.
We'll get you like a cake or whatever whenever we're in town.
No, that's not necessary. It's honestly for the best.
No, you seem like super bummed out right
I'm gonna
now,
mind
and I
link
would have
with
made
Nemo.
you feel better.
As you guys are talking, Kanari mind links with Nemo.
What are you putting in your drink there? What are you doing? What are you trying to get yourself wasted or just get something? Knock yourself out?
As I'm gonna stand up as she says this and all right, I'm going to bed, guys.
Nemo, you do start to feel like almost like a heaviness to your breathing. Like it's a little bit more labored. It's almost like you're sick and you haven't felt this for a long time. But it's like your breaths are becoming a little bit wetter as you breathe in and out.
Wetter.
Can I grab his cup and sniff it? His cup and sniff it? I can't.
Yes, you can.
Okay?
Go ahead and sniff his cup.
See?
Hey, I've been meaning to bring this up, but
Natural
I'm worried
20.
about you.
Oh gosh. Okay, Nemo.
For perception, is it?
Nemo, you collapse to the ground.
Oh,
And he collapses. At the same time that Kanari, you recognize this substance actually. So as a flashback to way back when, as stuff that's used in the monastery and everything, right? It's it's this stuff that's it was very similar to a pain causing substance. Almost entirely the same, except it would put the person into a seizure like state. As you notice this, Nemo starts convulsing on the floor and you guys see like foam coming out of his mouth and his eyes roll back in his head and he's just shaking on the floor and he is completely out. Nemo, what is your constitution? What is your constitution?
Just my number?
For too long, huh, Nemo? It was peaceful for too long.
Yes. What is your constitution modifier, please?
My constitution modifier is 3.
Okay. You guys see him convulsing, and then stops. 3. Okay. So go ahead and Kanari, so you realize it puts you into seizure and you need basically an antidote to bring them out of it, kind of thing. It's a sort of poison that you are aware of. It's not it will kill you if you stay in this state, and it's not a super like complicated way to cure someone or anything. You just basically need to put together just a few common ingredients that most households will have, but you would have to know them. With your natural 20, I would say you do, but we'll say that that's what you realize in this moment. And Nemo, based on your constitution score, that'll be how many rounds they have to bring you back, or you will just, this takes you down to 0. You are now at 0 hit points. It's like suffocation, In essence, they can bring you out of it pretty easily if they knew what was going on. And you are very lucky that she had a natural 20 to know the response to this sort of things, to give them no warning whatsoever.
Was it just one of the vials you found on someone's body? You're just
This
drinking it?
No,
This
it
is a
was the
vial-
one that he got from
Cook?
Cook.
Oh, that's her name. Sorry,
She's
that's why I
trying to
said
kill
girlfriend, because I
you?
couldn't remember her name.
Why is she trying to
He asked for this, so Nemo,
He asked
as
for it,
you
and she
collapse
gave it
to
to
the
him.
ground and you start
What is it?
convulsing,
He asked
your
to be
mind
killed?
separates itself from your body because you know your body is presently dying. And you have done this to your own body. You chose to do this. And there's a nod somewhere in your mind to Cook for having given you something that works in this way. You immediately, your mind closes out everything that was around you, all of the heightened senses that you didn't have because it didn't work on you. All the music fades, and you are no longer where you were. Instead, you are in a plane of white. And it's not even a room, it's just white all around you. The ground you're standing on, there's no ground there. It's just a white expanse. Directly in front of you, you see yourself reflected back. And then instead you see Jupiter as it shifts form just a little bit. And his hair changes color back to Jupiter's. And you can see his eyes shift as well. And the spider cracking across your own chest that you saw shifting to Jupiter's clear chest. And a tunic, the last thing that you saw him wearing. And you see him smiling at you. He's like, "Hi, Nemo. It's been a while."
Jupiter?
And he
Where
goes,
am I right now?
"Not exactly. Right now, you are where you always are, between life and death. You seem to hug that line often. But you haven't been here recently, so how are you doing? How's life?"
Where am I?
And he looks around a little bit. "I don't think this place has a name. You're just speaking with me. It's nice to meet you again, Nemo, since you don't seem to remember our last. I'm the core."
Does that knock any memories?
Roll an intelligence check. Actually, no. Now that you're here and you are present, everything of the regular world almost fades away, and the confusion and the lack of memory and everything shifts into like a razor sharp focus for you. And you recall every single meeting that you've had here with this thing. After the moment of him saying, "I'm the core," it like echoes throughout your mind, and you feel all of those memories shaking loose. And you are now full understanding of where you stand and what this being is. The core of the world, Mesona itself, the core of magic itself, where everything revolves around, the soul of the world.
Could you give me a quick, 10-second recap of our different interactions?
Basically, every time that you've come to 0 hit points and you've been rolling death saving throws, which, on that note, give me a death saving throw.
Woo.
I will be doing things in the meantime, but play out what he's playing out. I will be doing
just
things.
for the record, let the record state, as soon as he dropped to the ground and started having a seizure, I would have immediately started doing trying to figure out what was wrong with him.
Okay, so this first round, Nemo, send me that number, and then Karhale and Kanari, go ahead and give me respective medicine check, and Kanari, you'll be giving me, with advantage, a medicine check, but this is more so for you to request the correct ingredients for the antidote that as you know it to be.
Okay.
Mine is 18.
18.
Hold on.
Nice.
Pull up my character sheet.
As far as you understand, he is having seizures, and it seems to be from a poison, but you can't quite grasp what that poison is because you don't have experience in poisons. You don't practice in that. And as far as you know, the symptoms that are being showcased here are not in the book that you bought from Jaskier. So Lorkai had not written down what this was, or nothing that she has matches this. So you don't know. Kanari, what was yours?
22.
22. Karhale, as you're coming to like a, I don't know what this is, I don't know how to combat it, Kanari ends up turning to some of the butterflies and requesting a string of random ingredients.
And this and this.
Mm-hmm. And the butterflies away to go retrieve these pretty simple items. And it occurs to you, Karhale, that Kanari not necessarily trained in this stuff, and it's surprising to you that she would have an immediate reaction to whatever's going on. Nemo. So what you know of all of your encounters, basically that every time you've come to 0 hit points in between life and death and everything, and you're rolling saving throws, you've always stepped into this plane, this space where you are in between life and death, this in between place that doesn't have a name, white, nothing, all around you, and Jupiter space always looking at you, talking in a voice that doesn't belong to Jupiter, but rather to this core being. Mm-hmm. The core itself telling you in the past that you basically tapped into him for your magic. Your magic doesn't come naturally. It wasn't born with you. It wasn't given to you by God. It wasn't given to you anywhere. Jupiter gave it to you because he forced it. He tore through the normal rules that guard the magical realm and the importance of equivalent exchange and all that. He tore through that to give you magical power and to let you tap into the original source of magic. That's basically all you really know about what you're talking to. You're talking to the sentient representation of that power that you guys tapped into. And from all of your time so far, assumedly, even though you guys, the ritual itself wasn't supposed to have some sort of price on it, price tag, apparently the courts, and it hadn't worked previous, by the way. This was Jupiter's, the ritual that Jupiter perfected on his own kind of thing, something that had been worked on by his father and hadn't been successful, but he, with the way his mind works in a different way than most people's do, was able to figure out something to make it click. And it did, but there was still a price to be paid, and in that case, Jupiter.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that all comes. I'm going to, as this hits me, I'm just going to fall to my knees and
pause.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay. So this is just how much time you have to before you die in speaking with this guy.
Oh my. Well, then don't spend much time talking with him.
That was the whole point of this for him. And what were you going to say?
I'm going to fall to my knees and just, please, I need more. Let me save a toll.
What are you speaking of? More of what, Nemo? You've already taken everything I was willing to give. More than that.
I don't know what you are. Just give me more.
Oh. And there's this grin that spreads Jupiter's lips farther than you've ever seen his lips spread. And it's crescent moon, like it's so wide, it's haunting. And he goes, do you even understand what you are to me, Nemo? You are a parasite. A gnat that I haven't swatted yet.
I don't care. You've used me to do whatever. You can use me to do something now. Just tell me what to do, I'll do it. Just give me more. I need to save her.
And you're really willing to pay that price, Nemo? Your body in exchange for more power.
I'm going to jump up.
You're already being torn apart from the inside out.
I'm going to jump up and try to grab his shirt collar thingy, shirt tails, whatever that's called.
at first you were like maybe 40, 30 feet, something like that in your perspective from this thing. But the immediate moment that you decide, I want to grab him, and you reach forward, you are immediately right in front of him, and your hands grasping at Jupiter's collar as you're pulling at him.
Give me what I desire, please.
I'm not Jupiter. He's still with you. I just have his body. And he goes, okay, Nemo. If you want power, I'll give it to you. In exchange for this, I hate you. You are disgusting to me, drawing upon me, going around all the rules that the gods themselves put into place, Light herself put into place to stop you from doing this. I don't want it to happen again. I'd prefer not having a swarm like you feeding off of me. Ensure that no one ever can do what you can do. The ritual used to tap into me, destroyed from every mind it's ever been in. Every paper, every copy, gone, erased from existence.
Is that all? Of course I can do that.
First, that's 1. 2, I want... Hold on, let me look at this. I wrote it down.
Hurry. He's gonna die.
He is gonna die. So in exchange for eradicating any more knowledge about such a ritual, such a destructive plan, I will allow you to succor yourself on me for longer. However, second, you must agree to allow the power of magic to be unabated. You must never try or attempt to undo what this magic is doing to you. It will destroy you, and in exchange, I will give you the power you desire. You will be the most powerful magician in this world, and you will become magic itself eventually. No longer but a man, but a part of the core. Do you agree?
Part of the core. I'm already a part of you.
You're right about that. Go ahead and roll me another death saving throw. And Kanari, at this point, go ahead. So the butterflies have a bit gone away and returned this next round. Go ahead and give me. Are you going to attempt to do this yourself, or are you going to try to guide Karhali into doing it?
I'll try to guide Karhali in doing it, I suppose.
Another medicine
Yeah,
check.
it might be better to have the seeing person do it.
Bandage, right?
My medicine.
She will have it at advantage because you're helping her, explaining to her.
What's your medicine check, Karhali?
+4.
Mine's +7.
Why is yours +7?
Wow.
My background automatically makes me proficient in medicine checks, and my wisdom is my highest stat.
Maybe my word. Maybe I should help you.
Okay,
yeah, I'm gonna help her with it.
Yeah. Okay. So as Kanari, based on all of your experiences, all that you've heard or heard done, or even experienced being next to some of the healers within the monastery, as they've issued this kind of substance to people and fixed the problem that they caused immediately as part of training and whatever reasons that they always had. You start to put together the ingredients. So go ahead and give me a new medicine check at advantage as Karhale helps you in guiding you and crushing and using her sight to help.
23.
23. Very good. So as you issue this to Nemo, back to Nemo. So
she's like shoving down her throat, and she's like, no, you don't get to go out on me this easy. Nice try, Nemo. You have to work for it. to go out. Like, if you're gonna go out, and she thinks to herself, oddly enough, this is this. If I had a nickel for every time I shoved something down Nemo's throat to save his life, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's odd that it happened twice. Anyway, if anyone gets the Phineas and Ferb reference, continue.
No, I do. Thank you.
I do too. I love Phineas and Ferb. I guess that's a yes then, isn't it?
Life's not living without you, Jupiter, so why would I want to go longer?
You speak to me as though I'm your friend. But he's not here right now. All I am is the being you are taking from.
Then give me what I'm taking.
You want Jupiter back? His body?
Is that a thing that can happen?
His body was a payment for something you're presently using. So for one, you'd give back everything you took, and more. Interest.
I can't lose that. I have Jupiter.
I guess you know your answer. You'll carry Jupiter in your heart forever then. I think it's kind of beautiful, don't you? So is that a yes?
Yes.
You destroy all knowledge about this ritual from anyone that knows what you can do, never to remember you. Everyone who knows where you came from, never to know how it happened. The ritual itself destroyed. The people who put it together, destroyed.
I'll do anything.
There will never be someone like you again. I think that's what you want. Then I guess that's a deal. And with that, you feel yourself sucked out of this plane. It's almost like it's squished down, almost like it's being sucked by a vacuum right from the center of Jupiter's chest, and it's all collapsing in on itself until it's just blackness. And then you're choking on your own bile that's risen up your throat. Yes, it's burning through your throat, the stomach acid that's come up.
She starts like slapping him, turning him over on his stomach so he can spit it out. It's like, what? You're such a stupid. Why would you do that without even warning anybody?
Where's Jupiter?
Your friend you talk about every once in a while? He's long dead, right?
What did you do, Canary?
I saved your freaking life. You're welcome.
Holly,
Twice now. Twice.
And Nala, you guys with your eyes can see that the spider cracks, well, as Kanari was working on administering the antidote to him, you guys could see the spider cracks themselves growing, and they had already been up to like his neck level at this point, and now you see them crawling up over his face and into part of his cheek on his right side. And you can see some of them coming up over his shoulders too, and down his sleeves into his forearm. It is now spread out. The spider cracking of this just magical energy that you guys like. It's like his body is made out of clay, and there's just the cracks and light shining out through it. Like all that's inside of him is just light at this point. There's like almost seems like there's nothing human inside of his body anymore, and you can just see this magic peeking out and this light emanating off of him. Nemo, you now give off a faint candlelight around you.
I'm like the Beauty and the Beast, the candlestick.
Yeah. So
Just
within 5 feet, I think it's bright light, and then within 20, I think it's dim lighting.
Oh my!
Oh, it's that much? Holy!
Wow.
It's all light. It's like you can see it shining out from him, and it's just
He's like
the
when
light
Moses
rays
came
kind of
down.
coming out.
Yeah.
It looks like who would have this context? Anala, it looks like magical items or whatever that were having some sort of like malfunction, where they're about to explode and the magical energy being built up until
Please
finally
don't
it
explode.
would. Yeah, but it looks like that moment before an explosion of the magical energy building up so much that it's cracking the outside, the capsule that's holding it.
You know, under normal circumstances, I would say this looks cool, but I don't think you've ever had a normal circumstance ever in your life. This is not cool, man. What the heck?
Nemo, did you decide to take a level into Warlock?
Sure.
Well, don't be
Okay.
pressured.
You don't have to. You don't have to. The deal was made. You've made a deal whether or not you are technically a warlock or not. You have a deal with this entity. So the mark of that is the spider cracking to an extent. And the secondary thing is that you now have the feat magical adept along with your deal.
Magic adept? Metamagic adept?
Metamagic adept. Thank you. Metamagic adept.
You're
I was like, that's not the term. Metamagic adept. So you gain
Good
2
feat.
extra sorcery
Good
points.
feat.
Good feat. 2 extra sorcery points and 2 extra metamagics that you could add to the
Says
metamagics you
creepy
already
old
have.
people on the internet. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you gain the 2 metamagic options that you want and 2 extra sorcery points, as well as well, we can go over that later, but that's in essence what your deal initially gets you here, beyond what your class will give you if you do the warlock. If you don't, you can stick with sorcery. That's okay. You still have made a deal, and if you fail to succeed in your deal, the magic though is building within you and everything. So yeah.
Where did you even get this? This is not like common stuff as far as I know. Where did you get this, and why did you drink it?
I didn't get it. Cook got it. I needed it.
You needed it for what? To off yourself? You decided that the best way to go out was just to kill yourself? In a blaze of not even glory?
No, it's a long story.
Mm-hmm.
We've got time.
Nemo, you do feel in your hijack position, whatever was in it is gone now. You do feel instead a single casting and power compiled within yourself, a single casting of resurrection or raise dead. But that is a single casting, and if it does not succeed, that is it, by the same rules. But that is what is presently in your hijack position.
I basically hijacked the core. I'm just gonna be like, you know how those people, they like grip the carpet on the ground and like how it it'll crinkle under their fingers as they drag. I'm just gonna do that towards a chair and try to and pull myself up into it and just lay back.
Carholly kind of takes a knee to level with him.
Nemazine, you told me back at the springs, you told me that you guys, you, Benalla, Kanari, Atoll, you said that you would be my tribe now, if I wanted. I would like that. If you can learn what it means to be in a tribe, your problems are the tribe's problems. Well, you won't tell us what's going on with you. You're clearly sick. And I'm worried.
Clearly what? Sorry, what was that?
You're clearly sick. And I'm starting to wonder if it's a sickness, like what's infecting my people, something slowly eating away at your soul. Or, I don't know, you said you were created by magic. If you made some deal with some chindi to get your powers, you need to let us help you. And I know that's hard.
Carholly,
but you need to.
I don't need help, Carholly. I'm figuring out that I can't be helped.
You don't need help. Dude, you were just convulsing on the ground, and now look at you. You're glowing.
Yes, because people
You
who
don't
take
need
this
help.
for fun don't need help. That
I didn't
doesn't.
take it for fun. I needed to find out what could be done for a toll.
So you decided to kill yourself to try to help a toll.
It's the
What do you
only
think
could've-
we've been doing the
You
past
could have
like
at least waited till
2
the
days?
resurrection spell thing that guy's gonna cast triggers if you're gonna kill yourself.
If I die and a toll can live, I guess it's worth it, right?
No.
I can't say anything because I was willing to do the same exact thing. But no. Actually, no, I can't say that. One of you needs to say that to him.
No, we don't trade living people for dead people. That's not how this works.
I'm not sacrificing.
I mean, that's exactly what we were gonna do.
Not a living good person for a dead person. How about that?
I'm not gonna
Look.
sacrifice myself. I'm not that stupid. I can do more help. when I'm
What was
alive.
that? You would have died if I had not known what to do for you.
Okay.
You would be dead.
I wouldn't be dead.
This
Why
stuff
wouldn't you
is
be
meant
dead?
to kill you if someone does not put
It's
the animal.
not. They use it they use it for all kinds of things.
I know full well what they use it for.
They use it for meditation and stuff to go like beyond a further mind point. It's not that serious.
Whatever Cook told you, I don't think that's true. I'm no doctor. But it didn't look like you were getting up from that. And I've seen a lot of dead people. Didn't look like you were getting up from that.
Carly, I've been dead
you weren't.
before.
It works perfectly. It's perfectly safe if someone gives you the antidote in time. But if
Hold on. We're circling back to that. We're not skimming over that. You've been dead before?
You brought me back. Don't act dumb.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you weren't dead. You were only mostly dead.
Okay, I know what it feels like to be dead.
A surprising moment where Nathan remembers something and Carhale forgets something.
I know, honestly.
Iconic moment right here.
Big whammy.
I know what it feels like to be dead, okay? I wasn't dead. I wasn't close to being dead.
You were pretty close.
I beg to differ.
It might have seemed that way on the side, but it's not the case. I would have survived.
Having taken that thing, I know full well that you would have died.
And you're clearly fine, aren't you?
I told you, it's only safe if someone's there to give the antidote.
Is that what they told you?
And you're trusting what your crazy girlfriend told you that you've known for what, less than a week? Over Canary, who saved your life multiple times, and we've been together for months.
Thank you, Canary. I don't mean to be...
That's not what I care about. I'm just trying to figure out why you took this.
I'm more concerned. Are you okay? You just thanked her. Are you good?
That's a good point, Carhale. Also,
it wasn't...
if you can get me some of this, I'd be interested, honestly. But that's a side point. The point is...
No.
It's for training
not dealing
purposes.
with this again.
It's for meditation,
I'm not dealing
Carhale.
with this again. I don't care. I don't need any of you dying.
I thought you said you wanted us to meditate more. And be like more inner thoughtfully.
You don't know how to use it.
You meditate. No. Mm-mm.
You do not know how to use it.
You know, there are times where I want to strangle you, but right now I'm just glad that you're alive. You're alive, right?
Yes. I'm as alive as I've ever been.
I'm still not convinced. I'm not convinced that you're alive.
Someone
I'm not
who
gonna lie.
says they're fine all the time, you tend to almost die. Like a lot.
The only way I can access my power is when I am unconscious, when I am close to death. But knowing the power that I have, I would not die. I can't die in that state. It's impossible.
Wait, hold on. This is why did you go unconscious?
No, this is a step. This is a step.
I think you just told us the truth for the first time.
For the
And I
first
think that's a step in the right direction.
So you drank
You don't
this.
you don't need to tell us details. We just need you to not die. Whether
I'm
you
not going
like it
to
or
die,
not, we care
Carly.
about you.
I would tell you if I'm gonna die.
Does he still have a heartbeat, DM?
You do not hear a heartbeat with your strong senses. Like, you don't have to roll for it or anything. You don't hear one.
All right. As far as I know, there's not a single alive person who doesn't have a heartbeat, which you don't have.
I see plenty of people walking around in the wizarding, like they have these weird tournaments, and there's like definitely people walk around without heartbeats. So I'm not special. And besides, I can hear my heartbeat. I can feel it throbbing.
You're lying again.
I can feel throbbing in my chest. I'm pretty sure that's my heart.
That might not be your heart.
I don't think it is.
That might be something living
You
in
do
you. I don't know.
feel a pulse of energy that's just boom, 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 almost in place of a heartbeat. That's very
I
true.
am Iron Man.
Weird.
Look, if you won't, let us help you.
I don't need help. I clearly am fine, am I not? I just told you.
If you won't let us help you, figure it out yourself. And Carholly's gonna like kind of go over to her backpack and grab a little folded up piece of paper, shove it into Nemo's chest, and just walk out the door.
And she leaves.
So remind me again why you wanted to go unconscious. You wanted to talk to access your power.
It's the only
But
way I
And
can
here's
fight for my power.
Carly
yes.
sliding the door shut behind her with kind of a slam and kind of jangles the entire wall.
I'll text you, Nathan.
We'll go after her in a minute.
Wow, is this your suicide note?
Oh no, is this her letters? Yeah.
Her little.
So you're gonna access your power to do what?
I don't know.
You don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know yet. But
Anala, please tell me that I'm not the crazy one right now, that this is ridiculous.
Well, I think all of you are a little crazy, but in this
But
case,
I mean in this
he's the
instance.
craziest right now.
okay, I think I can help with Toll, okay?
You think, well, next time figure it out before you start convulsing and foaming at the mouth.
Okay, I wouldn't have figured it out if I didn't go convulsing, Anala.
Okay, next time you choose to knock yourself unconscious and almost die, can you please tell me so I'm prepared?
No!
That was a fly by the seat of my
I was
pants,
not.
and I was lucky to remember it.
I was not going to die. You don't understand. I can't die.
That's not true. They're talking to a brick wall. Oh my
You are. You are.
Anala, I don't need your input right now.
I don't really care what you think,
Kanari,
honestly.
thank you for helping me. But it's, again, I wasn't going to die. It's not that serious.
I believe that you believe that. But that's not the truth. I'm just saying. But I believe you that you believe that. But either way, just next time give me a heads up.
Ty, I'm going to knock on Kanari's head.
He's talking to me. He's talking directly to me, Kanari. That hardly ever happens.
I'm telling the truth, aren't I?
I'm
I'm almost yelling this at Kanari's face.
I can tell for sure.
What'd you say? Yeah.
Is he asking? Oh, is he asking me directly because he thinks I can tell for sure?
I don't know. I think he thinks you have special powers to tell someone the truth. I don't know.
Kanari, can you put your hand on his chest?
Sure. Ty wants me to put my hand on your chest.
And go ahead and roll an Arcana check for Ty, but this is going to have a +3.
Okay, I'm going to say my Arcana is...
Because she has some experience in this.
That's gonna be a 13.
A 13. She's gonna go, I've honestly never really seen anything like this before, but it does remind me of some of the magical diseases back home. It's it's like I don't know what's comparable in your world necessarily, but it's eating him away slowly but surely, and eventually this magic is probably going to burst out of its containment, which is his body. So
he will die.
he most definitely will die. Yeah.
Ty says that you're full of crap and you're going to die at some point.
Okay,
She
everyone's
says
gonna die at some point. I'm not gonna die
you
now.
just
though.
said you can't die. You just said you can't die.
Yeah,
That
I can't
means
die like that. I can't die convulsing on the ground from a drug.
Either way, whatever's inside of you is going to eat through you and explode you into a bazillion pieces and consume you wholly. You're going to die from it.
Maybe I want that to happen. Maybe that'll get me rid of all you guys.
Oh, please. You want to die that kind of way? How would you die doing something worth it for once? Huh? Maybe helping someone else out?
I don't care about
Instead of
helping
moping
anyone.
around about Jupiter, he's dead. Suck it up and deal with it.
I don't care
Move
about
on
Jupiter. I don't
and
care
focus
about
on who's alive.
anyone. The only person I care about is myself. I couldn't care less what Jupiter.
Well, you didn't have to tell us that. That's pretty obvious.
Well, guess what? I'm going to keep you alive until you learn how to take care of other people. Until you do something worth dying for, which is not for yourself. That's a promise.
Oh, is it? We'll see how you hold up on your end.
Very well.
Did you guys really just make this a challenge right now?
I will keep you alive. I dare you. I dare you to live.
I was not expecting it to go this way, honestly, but it's
Kanari, if I wanted to die, I would have died a long time ago. But trust me, I'm not there yet. I will keep living until I feel like dying.
Did he even look
make my promise
at
easier.
what I handed him?
I haven't yet. No, I saw the first phrase, but no, I looked at the text, or like I've looked at the first sentence of the text, but I'm not going to do it until I actually read the whatever.
Mm-hmm. He is sitting there with kind of like partially crumpled paper against his chest as he's arguing with Kanari, and everyone's spirits are getting more and more riled up and everything. You guys can feel kind of the echoing of the Guchin itself, actually, the music that's been playing in this background, kind of getting more and more like riled up itself too, almost reflecting what's going on here in your guys' guest room. And even the butterflies outside the house kind of as you guys see them pass by every once in a while, fluttering back and forth outside of the window, you see them kind of like faster and a little bit more aggravated themselves and everything, as you guys are becoming more and more angry too.
As soon as we're done with this mission, Kanari, you can be done with me. Okay? And all the same to you. You guys can be done with me, rid of me. You'll never have to see me again.
I don't know if that's going to work because for some reason our fates are entwined. I don't think it's going to be that easy.
Once we're done with our fate, whatever that is, the almighty powerful ruler will get his little item, we'll give it back to him. Once we have our curses gone, you will never see me again.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that because I just made you a promise that I'm going to keep you alive. So if you haven't made that progression by the time we separate, then they'll be seeing a lot more of me.
You can't chase me down.
I can outrun you with my eyes closed and my one leg tied behind my back.
You won't be able to chase me forever, Kanari. Once we're done with this mission, we're done. You don't have to see me ever again.
We'll see about that. But for now, you should get some rest because obviously you need it.
Anala, can you talk some sense into her?
What'd you
I'm
say?
going to talk sense into anyone. It's going to be you, but you
Thanks, Anala.
are too hard-headed, and clearly you don't care. So I'm just going to let you live your life. If you die, you die, because I'm tired. Yeah, good luck with that.
See, this is why Anala, and I'm gonna like cough and like step out of my chair. See, Kanari, maybe you should take a book out of Anala's, or page out of Anala's book. And I'm gonna like
Kind of a knowledge
I'm gonna put
library.
my arm
Don't
around Anala.
pretend like we are friends.
Oh, we're not friends at all. That's
And
the
I would
point.
never be friends with someone like you. And she'll
Exactly.
shove
That's-
his. Sorry, I said his hand off my shoulder.
yes.
Well,
I wish
DM, you wanted more
Kanari would take
interactions.
something from you.
Oh, yeah.
What,
you go.
what, Nemo?
This delights me.
What,
I
Nemo?
would say, thank you, Anala. I wish Kanari would take a page out of your book. Understand what it's not friendship. We're not a family. We're not a tribe. We're nothing. We are just coworkers working on some stupid fate endowed magical artifice.
Oh, no. That's not what I said. But clearly, you're a one-man team. You don't care about anyone else but yourself. And you know what? If I was Canary or Kahali, I would have given up on you a long time ago because I don't waste my time with people like you.
Thank you, Kanari. Learn something.
You know
I'm
what,
going to
Nemo?
bed.
You may think that, and that may be true, but you better not say that thing in front of Karhale. She doesn't need any more of this crap. So if you're in front of her, you're gonna tell her that you're part of her tribe, and you're gonna act like it.
Karhali, it's better for her to leave me anyway.
Oh, boo-hoo. Get a grip. It's better for her to think she has people in her corner, so she doesn't spiral out like you.
She needs people in her corner. She's better than all of us combined. You can never be half of what she is.
I don't try to be half of what she is, okay? We all respect her and see her as the great person.
Even you? Wow, that's a first.
Thank you, Anala.
Yeah,
That's the
whatever.
thing, Nemo. I think you have capabilities. I think you have the ability to grow. You just don't want to.
No.
You think in your brain you've decided that you're not enough and you're not and you can't be anything good, so you're committing to that. You are limiting yourself. You always talk about wanting more power and more strength, but I think you are the greatest limit on that. So
I
maybe
think
one
you
day.
guys are the limit on my power. I would have been so much more powerful if I hadn't stuck around you guys, giving away everything.
You may believe that.
Not everything is about power. I mean,
It is.
Okay.
All you can do.
All right.
You'll see.
I'll see.
But for now, just stay alive long enough to, I don't know, finish this so that way you can move on and get away from me. Make that your goal, I guess. You need to get some rest.
Yeah, I was going to say I'll head to bed.
You guys all kind of, in kind of like a frosty silence of philosophy that you guys have had over time. Yeah, everyone kind of rolling out their bed rolls and everything, and everyone kind of finding their own corners in this area too. There's no collectively sleeping in the same side of the house like a close group necessarily at this point. It's finding the east corner, the west corner, the north corner, and everyone having their own space. And
Karhale stayed outside,
turning away from everyone else. And Karhale, as you step outside and you shut the sliding door behind you, and as you feel it shivering in your wake, you step out onto the pier. Do you step out toward the Jingshi? There's another side where you could have stepped out, or onto the balcony. Which one? Where did you go exactly? There's so basically the door you guys entered from that goes to the Jingshi front entrance, kind of, and then the exit of this domain, and then there's the door on the far side of the guest room, and then the balcony.
The pier.
Okay.
She kind of just went and stuck her feet in the lake there for a little bit.
After that lovely conversation, Anala would have gone to find Karhale to check to see if she was okay.
Okay. Karhale, as you dip your feet into the water, and it's about maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so until Anala, you hear the sounds of footsteps on the wood coming up behind you. The water itself is cool. It's cold. But it's not so cold that you, with the tough body that you have, would be affected negatively by it. And as you put your feet in, like the scent of lotus just fills your nostrils, and it's very calming. And the music itself has gotten louder now that you're out here too. That also a calming source. Um, Sad though it is, but you do hear Nala coming up behind you.
I'll walk over and sit down next to her. I would ask if you're okay, but it'd be a really stupid question to ask because I think I already know the answer.
I think you do. I kind of level a gaze at her. You know, we're about to piss off some very powerful people. You don't have to stick with us, but you're still here. I've been racking my brain trying to figure out why. I like to think it's because you're like me. A star-crossed kid just trying to do the world some good. Trying to pull teeth, make the world love you. I don't know, maybe like the Soarers, like Raiden. You know that we're going to be doing just that. Maybe just a little bit of good. Or at least that's what I tell myself.
If I'm being honest, I don't know what I'm doing. I've never not know what I'm doing. I'm smart. Like, I can figure stuff out of my own fairly quickly. For the first time in my life, I don't know what to do.
I
My
think
family is not safe. My dad is trying his best, or he thinks he knows what he's doing, and it just keeps getting worse. I don't know. I thought maybe sticking around with you guys would, I don't know. It sounds awful, but distract me in a way, but also kind of give me time to figure out what I'm supposed to do. But clearly that's not working because I'm still here. But also kind of owe it to you guys because probably would be dead.
let's be clear.
Still in that cage.
You don't know me anything. You would have figured your way out of there. You're smart.
That's true. But just before that happened, I was traveling with some friends of mine. Thought we could get what needed to be done, but well, they're all dead now.
Oof.
So
You were
clearly,
with people before us.
yeah. Anyway, that's not important. Yeah,
I feel like
I'm just not doing so hot at the moment.
you and me both. You know, I trained my whole life to be chieftain. After I earned my name, I've trained for half a decade to become chieftain. And apparently, I didn't even know anything that was going on with my tribe. Not really. My father, he was a good teacher. I mean, despite his flaws that I overlooked until now. More than a fighter, more than a leader, he was a teacher. I used to be more blind to my own faults than I still am, just a bit less. I wanted to take over as chieftain this spring. I felt that I was ready to become chieftain, and he didn't. We argued quite a bit, actually, on the topic. He was right, though. I wasn't ready then, and I'm not ready now. Not that it matters, anyways. The Earth doesn't care about my responsibility to my tribe. We have some grand, big picture purpose that the Soars, that Raiden seems to think we're destined for.
Yeah, who cares about the earth? Who cares about the gods? They're all stupid. Just do what you want. Do what makes you happy. Why
I mean,
live for something that lives in the sky that you can't see? It's
I
pointless.
mean,
Do
I
what
care.
live for those that are in front of you here and now, the ones you know who care about you and love you. And do what you feels right.
You're going to pretend that either of them care at all about whether or not I ever get back to my tribe, whether or not I ever become chieftain. Because honestly, I don't think I can. Even if I were to go and take back my tribe by some stroke of miracle, I've failed everything else so far. What makes you think this would be any different? I've got
Well,
I've
you
got a
failed.
temper.
Maybe sometimes we just have to fail a bunch of times at a bunch of different things before we find the right thing. Easier said than done, because I can relate to that,
I
unfortunately.
do think I do think you understand me though. Being feeling like you had your life figured out until one day you didn't.
Yeah, I
That
thought
that
I had
was
it all figured out, but I got people killed. So good job, me.
Do you mind my asking what happened?
Let me find my notes. It's been a while.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I watched my father get murdered in front of me and I did nothing about it because
They
of some
were
bloody ancient laws.
Enola. It was when you were traveling through the Drogma Wilds. Oh, it was while you were traveling through the Drogma Wilds, and you guys were attacked by stone giants. They were trying to like grab you guys and take you guys prisoner and stuff.
It was stone giants, actually. Uh, Somehow, I don't know how I got away, but they weren't so lucky. That wasn't a fun day.
My people put a lot of importance in names over theirs.
Sven, Hassel, Brayden. They're pretty cool.
How long were you with them?
Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear.
How long were you with them?
Like month and a half, maybe. Not too long, but we thought we knew what we were doing. We were prepared for everything. We've always been prepared for anything. Any problem or issue or that's come up, we've always been able to take care of. I still blame myself. I mean, they're stone giants, they're huge, and I'm me. So it's not really a comparison, but maybe if I had just gone by myself, they'd still be alive.
I can't say it's not your fault, because honestly, I don't know whether or not it was. But I can tell you,
I know how you feel. Every person I've ever really cared about is either dead or in danger because of me. You know, I'm impulsive, emotional, have a temper, and a tendency to lash out at the people I care about. All the makings for the worst chieftain Talai has ever seen. And I think that I'm just going to go back and take vengeance for my father's death and somehow become a good chieftain and be able to help my people. Oh God, I'm so stupid.
You're not stupid. In fact, I think you're the opposite. Whether all those things about you are true or not, I don't really notice those things. I mean, you're fiercely loyal, you're strong, you're brave. You don't care what anyone else
I'm a
thinks.
healer. I'm a healer that kills more than I heal, and I'm a protector that can't protect the ones I care about.
Hey,
So
sometimes you
tell me
gotta.
what it is.
Carla, you do still have Maeve's hands on your blood, Maeve's blood on your hands.
I was so
And
confused.
as
I
you
was
say
like,
that, you look
Maeve-
down. You're like,
Hands in her hand, just
she's holding her hand.
420, what you smoking? I'm just kidding.
You know, I killed her. Not to protect anyone, but because I wanted to. I wanted to kill her.
Canard's over your shoulder, like, yeah. Oh.
My father would be so disappointed in me.
I don't think so. I mean, I didn't know your dad at all, but I've known you for a short time and knowing who you are as a person, see how much you care about others. I think he would be proud of you. And I think he's smiling down on you, even right now.
I appreciate the sentiment. I don't think so.
Hmm.
And I'm
Well,
gonna
if you
get up.
disagree.
I'm gonna get up. And thank you. I might
Anytime.
not believe you, but I appreciate you.
You don't have to believe me, but there's one thing about me you must know. I'm not a liar. I tell it how I see it. And I believe that with everything I have.
She just gives you a nod and walks away.
I'll sit there for a little bit longer, then I'll go back in.
During this time, I'm gonna go and try and find Kanari when Anala goes to grow away. If that's
So as you guys
Kanari didn't
started
leave.
rolling out your beds, yeah, Kanari stayed.
She kind of wanted to make sure that you were.
oh, you're in the smoke room.
She figured that she's like, he just tried to kill himself in her mind. Like, she's kind of on suicide watch a little bit. Yeah.
Wait, so where you're in the smoke room then, or where are you?
Wherever the main
The main area, yeah. There's no separate rooms in this. This is like a big area that a lot of people can like roll out bedrolls in and stuff. So there's no separate rooms. There's just like a table that's set into the floor, deep into the floor, and beyond that it's just space to lay out, and then some couches on the side.
Okay, I'll come back then. After like a few or like 10 minutes maybe or something.
Mm-hmm. You find Kanari inside the room, and the smoke still still collected, making a haze in the room. It smells nice, but it's thick. Makes if you had to breathe, you would cough.
I'll just go and like uh, sit down, I guess, like close to her, but not like next to her, I guess.
Kanari, you can feel that presence that isn't necessarily alive that you
Mhm.
recognize these days to be Nemo sitting down next
Hey,
to
I
you.
have a heartbeat, okay?
A weird whirring.
What's up?
Kanari,
Mm-hmm.
how do you feel about being blind?
That was not the question I was expecting to come from you.
Like, if you
Honestly.
were to have the ability to like see and never be blind again, would you?
Um, I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. This has just kind of been my reality.
It's
I
just
mean,
kind of how you are, right?
yeah. I mean, it seems like it'd be cool to see some things, to know people by more than just their voice and their smell. But
And touching their hands in a weird way. Yeah.
well, yeah. I guess I wouldn't have to do that if I could see, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't do that normally. Seeing folks, you know.
Well, in case you haven't noticed, I don't do most things normally, but um, that's fine. Um, but maybe, but there are things I feel like I notice that most people don't because I can't see. So
Mhm.
I don't know why. I'm
I
just
don't know.
curious.
Just curious, yeah. I don't know. I always wanted power, and I always wanted, you know, I don't know, this extra part of me. And, you know, I could maybe go back to being normal, but I don't know. I feel like it's a part of me now. It's how I am. And, you know, I know that's not the same as you being blind. Obviously, that's not a choice. But if you became seeing, you know, you'd lose something.
Right. But you haven't always had this power, have you?
Oh no, but I mean, my entire life, all I've dreamed of is having the power.
And now
I
that you
can't
have it,
remember my life before the power, honestly.
you do have a pretty bad memory. But I don't know if that's just because of how you are or not. But and, and now that you have the power, you can't imagine not having it.
Well, I would lose who I am.
Right. But Nemo, there's a difference between having power and being who you are and going in search of gaining more power until it consumes you. If all I focused on was the fact that I was blind, I might sit in a corner and never do anything for myself. I would just wallow in self pity. And you, by searching for power and not being content with what power you do have, is going to eat you up from the inside out. Until soon you won't have anything left to enjoy the power that you do have.
It's a good point. I do want a long time to enjoy my power.
Sure. So I guess if for no other reason than to enjoy your power, maybe try to not get yourself killed so quick. I don't know. It's a weird motivation, but if it works, then sure, why not?
Okay. Well, how about this? If you get your sight, I will get rid of my powers.
Um, I feel like
And then we can wallow together in our loss.
hmm. Although I wonder if our loss there might open up a whole new world of possibilities for us both.
Uh, maybe.
I guess we'll see what happens when that time comes. But so far, I don't know of any way to get my sight back. And I'm okay with that. I've explored the rest of my personality and my being, and found some cool things that I probably wouldn't have noticed about myself if I'd had my sight. So maybe take some time to focus on the rest of yourself besides just your power. There's more to you than that, I'm sure.
Well, it amplifies everything that I am, just as your blindness amplifies everything that you are.
That's fair. But that's not all that you are. And I think sometimes you lose sight of that. No pun intended.
Carhale, when you got up to walk away from Manala, did you head back to the guest room, or did you venture beyond that?
Yeah, I went back in, but
Okay, at this
kind of
point,
just
Kanari, you can hear
stayed
the sliding door.
near the door.
Mm-hmm. And Kanari, you noticed immediately Carhale right when she came up to the screen door, and then as she slid it open, and then kind of just hung in the doorway. Nemo, you do see
React.
Carhale.
I see Carhale as well.
Mm-hmm. Just hanging in the doorway, staying out of your guys'
I'll take-
conversation, trying to be involved.
I'm gonna go through my stuff, get my bedroll, and set it up just kind of in the corner by the door.
The other corner not already taken.
That one.
Anala eventually comes in after maybe about 40 minutes or so, 30 minutes. And you guys all kind of settle down, getting into your different spots. Quiet. Not quite the frosty silence that it was, but quiet. And as you guys settle down, the music itself ends up, before you guys drift off to sleep, it ends up stopping. And it's almost like leaving a weird emptiness in the air that's bereft. And as you guys lay down, you guys find sleep relatively easily. Nemo, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh gosh. I'm actually Kanari's purposefully gonna lie not like right next to Nemo, but close-ish
Really?
to Nemo. So she
I don't know
hopefully
what I'm
can
evading,
notice if
but-
something goes wrong with him because she's still on edge about it. What'd you say, Nemo?
I said I don't know what I'm avoiding, but it's a 25. So
Oh my
Probably.
goodness.
Thank God.
I think you're okay.
That energy in your body that's been like almost in place of a heartbeat for you. Like you feel like you still have a heartbeat because you can feel it like pump, the energy itself pulsing within you, and that starts to kind of build and build and build, and then the light that's glowing from you starts to grow brighter a little bit, and then you're like, you kind of shake it off, and then it settles back down to its normal light, and you guys go to sleep. Kanar, you hear the pulsing itself at a distance just because your senses are so strong. But after a kind of smooths out again, almost like his breathing smoothing out, and like a regular heartbeat slowing as it goes into sleep in the REM cycle. But you guys all go to bed, and you guys take your long rest.
Yeah.
Gaining
4
back
hour
your
long rest.
lost hit points, and any hit dice that you guys already rolled, you only gain back half for now.
Yeah.
So if you rolled 2, you only gain back 1.
Is it rounded up or down?
Rounded up is
Yeah.
for hit dice. It's the only things that are rounded up are healing and hit dice.
Kanari would have. I mean, I don't know if she could get up super early, considering that we're all able to get just a 4-hour rest. But she would have purposely tried to get up early to go to the dojo and train.
Are you guys actually only sleeping for 4 hours, or do you guys sleep a full 6 to 8?
But we
I'll
took the
sleep.
tea,
Well,
right?
We took the tea.
You did drink some soothing tea. That is true.
I'll sleep as long as possible.
That's fair.
I would have only done the 4 hours.
Okay.
Whatever. I would have only done what I needed.
Mm-hmm. So you wake up and you feel pretty rested as you wake up after the 4 hours. Like you could have stayed sleeping, you could have gone back to bed, and you pull yourself up, roll up bedroll, or honestly, it actually there's some butterflies that come in and roll it up instead of you having to do it.
Oh.
And does anyone else sleep in, or does everyone just wait the 4 hours?
Kanari gets up like right as soon as she can and goes to the dojo. To train.
Okay. Enola?
I'll do the full, like as much as I need, basically.
Okay. You could basically, your body is like, I want to sleep more, but you could get up and not suffer, kind of thing.
Cough.
So it's up to you. Your body wants to stick around for longer just because you guys are tired and it's been rough, kind of thing.
I'll let her sleep in.
And Nola gets to sleep.
I'll let her sleep.
She's like my sim.
Love it.
Yeah, literally. Kanari, though, accustomed to hard hours and hard workouts and rough days and everything, gets up immediately once she knows her body can handle it. Karhale?
I'd follow her out to the dojo.
So you guys both get out? Is that where you guys are heading? You guys can cross in front of the Jingshi, or along the backside. You guys can, Karhale, you can see now as you guys wake up, there's a certain like dawn being given, but it doesn't quite look like any dawn you've ever seen. It strikes you as really high up in the mountains, and this pond itself probably couldn't be where it is, like just physically impossible with the way that the mountains look in the distance on the horizon. But the dawn itself seems to be reflected in the magical expanse that you're in. And you can see with this light in the distance, there's a gazebo that's right behind the Jingshi. And behind that, another building. And on the far side, 2 more buildings. And the reflection being where they had kind of like motioned when they mentioned the guest rooms, you can assume that the longer building that looks like the building you're presently at on the far side of the Jingshi is the other guest room, and therefore the dojo right behind it. So you guys can make your way there along the little piers. Avoiding the Jingshi, there's kind of like little walkways that go around the house unless you guys go inside. But you guys can make your way there, and as you guys pass through, the gazebo itself is very pretty, kind of set up in this little overlook to the water itself that ends up leading you up to a smaller building that's directly behind the Jingshi, and that one looking more decorative than any of the other buildings that you guys have seen so far, like far beyond the guest house, far beyond the Jingshi itself. And then past that being the dojo. And you can tell that it's the dojo based on there's this wide open archway. There's no door. And you can see inside where there seems to be like workout accoutrement, like dummies and everything from a distance. And as you guys get closer, you can see this large mat at the center of this room, and multiple practice swords, wooden dummies all over the place. Towels and everything at a separate part, and you can see both Sidgwi and Jingyi already in the process of practicing certain katas and almost ritualistic dance of a fighting style, practicing forms. And you guys can see them using the swords, raising them up, sweeping them down, and lunges and small leaps and everything into a kick, into a drop, and they don't take notice of you guys, or if they do, they don't acknowledge you as they continue.
Fair enough.
You know, I came intending to take you up on your offer of sparring.
Oh, I forgot about that, but we can do that.
I forget nothing.
First?
Do you need to warm up or something?
No, I just came for some practice training, like, you know.
Oh no. If you need to warm up, you do that.
No, I don't need to. I'm fine. Let's do this.
Okay.
You know, but
Jingyi and Sidgwi,
we don't have to actually like play this out PvP, but I was just that's what I was intending to do.
Okay. No worries. Carhale
Well,
and Kanari, you
if
guys
you
kind
want
of
to,
shaking off the sleep.
if you want to run me through, I've been very interested in. I've not really trained much with swords. I'm competent, but I wouldn't say I'm skilled. And that wouldn't be a skill that would hurt for me to have. If you wanted
You
to
want
show
me
me
to
the rounds,
train you with some swords? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it would be fun. And I haven't
Sure.
had fun in a while.
Why not? Maybe let's grab some practice swords so we don't cut anybody's fingers off.
Okay. As you guys head over to the side, Jeannie and Situi kind of leaving you guys to find your way around the area. You guys pick up some of the wooden swords. Most of them are in a form that are a katana. Some of them are more dagger forms, but these seem to reflect the kind of weapons that they would carry themselves. As you pick them up, they all seem to be very well weighted and well made. As Kanari, you hand one to Carhale. Carhale, you feel it, and it's a little bit weird in your hand. It's a little too light for in your mind, almost. It makes your arms a little too free, almost. And you guys set to practicing together.
Nice.
Kanari, give me a charisma check.
Stunning strike.
A charisma check?
Yeah, just a charisma check. Performance, if you have that.
Yeah, that's even better. Hold on.
Okay, sorry, DM, real quick. What was that thing you said about the optional abilities or rules? Are we doing one of those?
Oh yeah, because Carhale took an optional rule for Carhale. So to try to keep things fair, you guys could all try to see about taking one of the optional rules. Although I feel like the sorcery point one for advantage on stuff is a little too much.
I just saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would
The
go
one
for
that
another
I
one just
got-
because that's a little much.
The one
Do
that
the-
I
wait,
got
sorry, what'd you
isn't
say?
that crazy. I think what was
I would-
mine?
I would say if you want to take that, I would amend it to be you would have to expend at least 3 sorcery points for that instead, kind of thing.
3?
Instead of just 1. Yeah, 3. Just because it's like you can just get advantage and burn it whenever kind of thing. It's kind of like luck. And so in this case, it would be like luck and you would be expending a lot more. You would only have like 3 tries with your 6 or 7, however many you have now, sorcery points.
Well, no, it's because what the downside of it is it's not advantage. You have to use the second roll.
Second roll. Oh, gotcha.
It's not advantage.
I would still say I would go at least 2 sorcery points per time you do it.
Okay.
But if you still want to do it, that's fine.
That was just my. Okay.
DM, can I add my proficiency bonus because I'm proficient with finesse?
That's fair. Actually, go ahead. Add your proficiency bonus.
So I rolled a 12 minus 1 plus 3. 14?
That's funny. Yeah. Carhale, as Kanari starts teaching you, it's a little bit clunky because she doesn't seem to have been a teacher necessarily or trained in teaching anyone.
True.
So it starts out pretty clunky, but then there's a moment where it kind of smooths over, and then she's like, okay, she's just doing her moves, the things that she knows how to do, the things that she's mastered already and everything, and just showing them to you. It doesn't quite transfer in a way that you've experienced before. Her teaching style is less, it's nothing like the way you were taught how to fight back at home or anything. So there's a bit of a translation difference there, especially with a more of a curt style, because Kanari grew up with such a curt fighting teaching method and everything that it transfers a little bit here, and you can kind of see that. But you do learn, and it's starting to kind of click a little bit, and you feel yourself moving along with Kanari better than you ever had, being that you guys are putting effort into like learning each other's moves and movements and everything, and you guys spend a good amount of time here. Maybe a couple hours.
I wanted to say to her.
2 hours in the early morning.
Just while we're running through this.
Yeah.
You know, my people have a belief as they're like running through movements and stuff.
You duck as she sweeps the wooden sword over your head.
Kanari's definitely poking her if places she lets her guard down too, like kind of like
Yeah.
smacking your rib or her
Yeah.
arm a little bit, just a little. Makes you.
I was taught that to truly connect with the brutality and aggression of fighting, you have to know the other side. When you have to tap in to such an intense level of brutality, you can't live in that space forever. You have to know what it means to be gentle and kind. And I don't think they taught you that.
Yeah, I never heard that, but I'm sure that there's some wisdom to it.
You're a good fighter.
You can be the kindest for both of us. Does that
You're a
work?
good
that
fighter,
way?
Kanari, but you're not centered. You have to find your Kira, your connection to the earth. What or who binds you to the earth and keeps you centered?
As she sweeps her sword in your direction, Kanari, and you dodge out of it without even blinking.
No pressure. Just something I don't think you've thought about before. Wouldn't hurt to think about.
My Kira, my balance, my binding. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or whatever the crazy monks in whatever cult you were raised in, whatever word they use for that.
I've thought about it, but I suppose I haven't found it just yet.
Maybe Jinyin.
Carly, roll me a dexterity check, by the way.
Ooh.
Kanari does not respond to your genuine comment.
Ooh.
19.
19. Kanari, when you started teaching her, you would honestly expected Karhali to have to be slow and clunky, like you've seen most large fighter individuals trying a style that's more movement and fluid and everything. People who are just heavier and stronger, they tend to like not move as quickly and drag and all that. But she's surprisingly quick on picking up this style. Like it's striking you as honestly almost prodigious. Like she could probably get really good at this if she put her time into this kind of style or whatever.
Yeah.
It's even a little bit annoying since it took you like it was a struggle for you to learn this stuff, especially being blind. But that aside, because it doesn't matter whether you're blind or not, because Kanari doesn't give herself excuses like that. Like it was a struggle, and just her starting to pick up like even the simple basic stuff right away and everything is a little bit like, hi, yeah, just a little bit, but it's still impressive and respected.
Yeah.
We would have just done that until Inala and Nemo got up.
Mm-hmm. And they would wake up around 8 or so.
Kanari would have asked you to help her with some of her meditation practices if you were willing to.
Yes, I most certainly would.
Which involve her getting a boiling cup of water, putting it on her head in a horse stance while you smack her in the ribs with like a dummy sword while she's meditating, basically. So that way she can't flinch or else knock the water off.
The butterflies bring in this like boiling cup of hot water and hand it to Karhalia. She's still kind of aghast at what you're asking her to do. Just like drops it.
You don't have to. It's just been a while since I've really had any practice in good meditation practice.
You know, there are ways of meditation that aren't sociopathic.
But this helps me focus. It gives me it is a centering technique for me.
Are you okay?
You know, Kahale, I don't know how to answer that at this point. I'm gonna be honest. You keep asking me, are you okay? You don't do any of this, but you seem pretty not okay.
I'm just gonna give her a hug.
Oh, yes.
She is very strong and very muscular.
Kind of pulls up your arm a little bit.
To an extent, it's actually not that different from being hugged by Jenyan.
No, you're gonna make her cry. She like relaxes for like half a second, and then she kind of stiffens back up again.
And after that, she'll let you go. I'm going to lie to you, and I'm going to tell you that was for me, and not you.
Thanks. Well, we're on the same page here.
I'll do it, but I know that I'm very concerned about you, and we are going to work on this, and maybe some healthier ways of meditating. And out of curiosity, would I be able to while she's meditating and just like occasionally smack her, would I be able to meditate myself? And
no, while you're smacking her.
No? Is it that frequently that she needs Is it that frequently?
More so that, you meditating would have to be like, a prolonged thing, and you're probably whacking her every couple minutes at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can stop after a few minutes and do your own meditation. It's fine.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna do that then.
You hear like some of the hissing every time you whacked her and everything, and some of the water spilling out of the cup a little bit, and then like landing on part of her as she would like just taking the pain and letting it sit as it hisses against your skin. And there's certain little burn marks kind of sprinkled all over her body and everything from the meditation after she's done.
So this just occurred to me earlier in the session. I'd like to meditate and cast Speak with Earth on one of the crystals from Lusitania's lab.
Okay. After you take a pause and you sit down.
That just occurred to me when we were talking to Jinyi and Sishwi.
I
made a face if anyone noticed.
At the same time that that Kanari settled down to like do her meditation, you started helping her through it. They also sat down for their own meditation, so they're kind of on the far side of the dojo, sitting down with their swords on their laps, lotus style, sitting on the mat, and closing their eyes and being off wherever you go when you meditate. And Karhale, go ahead and Actually, no. It just happens. There's no role for this necessarily. So as you sit down and you start to focus your wisdom, your understanding of the earth, and you pour your own essence, almost like a little bit of your soul, just to make it come alive, almost. And it breathes life into this crystal. You can feel it responding back, and you know that it can understand you. Which one? Is it the red or the purple, actually?
The purple.
Okay.
I didn't really think through what I was going to ask. Hi.
Hi, what is this? Wow, I don't like this. I don't like it. No, I don't. What are you? What am I? What are we?
I am actually a little bit like you. I'm from the earth,
A
and
little bit like me.
Little bit.
I don't think you're like me. You don't feel like me, but okay.
A little bit. I said a little bit.
Hello, me.
I was wondering if you could tell me what it is that made you. What can you do?
What is that made me? Well, and it's gonna give a. How well does it? Would it know? Okay. Well, as far as I understand, it was someone who really wanted me. I seemed very important to the person who was making sure I grew well, and my sisters. She seemed to do well too. They seem to care more about me though. You're talking the purple one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Seem to care more about me though. I seem to be the more important of the two of us, which is unfortunate. I mean, I don't really know who they were. They were it was a woman and a smaller guy who was sometimes a bigger guy.
Do you remember seeing anyone else?
I saw a taller man. I think he was a man. Um, he sometimes didn't talk with his mouth, but people seemed to understand him. He was around sometimes. There was people would come and go, you know, sometimes never to come again and sometimes to come again. But those were the ones who were around often.
Okay. What is it that you can do? And your sisters, what can you do?
Oh, well, you know me. I'm just pretty simple. I just have, you know, magic. I contain magic. Little container, you know. If you break me, then I pop out, then the magic pops out and it goes to the nearest source, nearest containment vessel, and that's normally you human or mortal people. Same thing with my sisters. Though theirs is more of a magic with a specific intention, which is, you know, to re-knit the broken and fix to mend the injured.
Well, that's good to know. Well, thank you. I don't want to bother you much more.
Oh, sure
Is there
thing. Just
anything
keep in
else?
mind, though, that if you snap me in half, I'm a little unstable, and I don't know what I'll do. So you should keep that in mind.
Well, that's okay. I'm a little unstable too.
That's because you're part me, so that makes sense.
Exactly. Well, thank you. This was kind of
Oh, of
helpful.
course. Anything for you, me.
Oh, is there anything else that you could possibly know? Because there's not like any real information that he could give me.
Well, he could. Like it depends on rolls and everything. He just didn't roll well for the last one.
Could I? No, we were all in the lab at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I did not think this through before I did it. Actually, I'm gonna bring it. I am going to bring the crystal to Anala and Nemo. Are they okay?
Canarius, you're meditating. You
This lasts for 10
Carmela,
minutes.
like speaking in this like humming deep tone, almost that matches the pulsing that you can hear from Nemo and everything. Almost, it's weird. But she ends up leaving after a few minutes, and then Anala, Nemo, you guys see Carhale come in through the sliding door as you guys are kind of setting up, getting yourselves ready for the day and everything, waking up. She's holding this bright, glowing purple crystal.
So I'm just talking to the crystal. Is there anything useful that you think we could ask it about the lab or Lusitania? Or, you know, the magic in general? Anything you want to ask it? I don't know, it
I'm
just
still trying to
occurred to me that I
process
could
that you're
talk to
talking
it.
to a crystal.
I've done this before.
Carhale,
I
I don't
talked
think
to the
no, Anala
talked
was
to
around
the-
from Visitor Springs.
Yeah. I talked to
There was
the
that.
to
But
the
that's
to the stone
definitely
tower.
different from a crystal, so it's still fair. Still fair.
You know,
Close
anything
enough,
that's
but-
made of the earth I can talk to. It's not that hard.
There's no hard.
And Nala says
Just
that
is-
she's like
What'd you
poking
say,
at
Nala?
the book that she's been studying for so long to try to
She's
figure
just like,
out.
"Isn't that word?" I don't know. Magic person, history person, is there anything you could think of that we could possibly ask this? Just keep in mind, its intelligence is very limited.
You can feel as you speak like the essence that you gave it draining back into you slowly. So
If you could hurry
you
up, that would be ideal.
I don't think. I
Any
can't think
questions
of
about the magic? Or the. You guys are entirely unhelpful.
To be fair, I did just wake up. Okay.
Yeah, same. Why
You
did you do
guys-
this so early?
Well, I was bored and I didn't have anything else to do.
I thought you were gonna fight Kanari.
I mean, I did that already. It was a good time.
Did she
Had a
have you
heart
do
to heart. It was great.
that weird sadistic, like masochistic, weird ritual thing she does?
Yes, and I didn't like it.
But
And
you
the
did
crystal
it?
is probably gone now.
The crystal is faded. You can feel
Well-
it say one last tagline of like, well, it was nice to speak with you, me. I always like speaking to myself, although this is the first time, but now I know I like it, so talk to me soon. Bye.
This is great. This is great. I love this. Well, you were entirely unhelpful, but that's fine. Well, okay. Are we gonna head out then?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. So you guys regather, collecting your guys' stuff and everything. Sijui and Jingy end up giving you guys a bit of a send off. It's a little quiet though. It seems like Sijui quiet like he's normally, and then Jingy quiet because he's not a morning person. But they end up taking you guys to the outer gate, and as you guys step through, you guys are greeted by while this was a very cool, very nice morning and the sun was not super hard down on you, once you come out, you're greeted by the heat and the heat of the morning of Tal and everything, of the sweltering weather that is this desert land. And as you step out, the sun immediately starts burning into your guys' skin, and you guys are at the top of this rock formation, closer to the sun than you guys have been really for a while. It's hot. And the sky itself does not match the sky that you guys saw within the magical realm. As you guys step through, you guys are very high. It's you guys are kind of on this like column that shoots up into the sky, coming to this like weird point. It's almost like a hand reaching up, and you guys are on like the index, the middle finger, like at the highest point of all these different columns of this rock formation, middle finger. And but yeah, and so they bring you guys out, and then they have you guys one by one kind of float down to not necessarily the ground level, but they take you down to the lower part of this where you guys can start making your own way down this mountain of sorts. And they take you down, and then they give you guys a bit of a farewell, saying that they have to go and finish the job that they had been taken from when they initially brought you guys out. Apparently they had been trying to calm another place of resentment. So they they leave you guys at the base of the tall column. It's about 300 feet out into the air, where the gate itself is made, and the gate is open, kind of thing, high in the sky. And at the base of this, you guys still have a ways to make your way down this like rock formation mountain thing. But yeah, and so now you guys are on your own. They do give you, Kanari, one last talisman. So you have one more fail-safe in case you fall off of your sword.
Yay.
So as you guys leave, who will be taking point on guiding you guys out and back to the place, back home?
Me or Anala? I think
Yeah.
for
Well,
survival.
And who wants to take?
I've
So
got
who
a-
wants to take
Oh, wait.
guiding?
That's
The guider. Who wants to be the guider navigator? Who wants to be kind of scout, keeping track of dangers, and then who wants to be kind of utility, and who
I'll
wants to
be
be kind of protector, like in charge of protecting everyone.
What's your
Okay, so Inala's
survive-
got maps. Inala's got maps, so
Let's
she
see.
gets advantage, right? Because she's got
She
the maps
has-
of the area.
She doesn't have a map of this area. Like she has a map of the city that she's got in her brain because she's like
Well, I
mapped it out.
gave her
Kind of thing.
she had a I gave her a map of
Oh,
I guess
like your big map for the
big map.
like the world map. Yes,
Yeah.
she'll definitely have advantage in navigating to get you guys back to the city and make sure you guys are heading north and all that. Definitely advantage on that. This will be her navigating out of this like mountain formation kind of thing.
Gotcha.
As you guys make your way through, so you guys don't get too caught up with dead ends and whatnot.
I mean, I
but
feel
okay,
like
so Nala, you'll be
perception's kind
navigating.
of perception's Canary, utilities Nemo,
survival.
and I'm protector. I'm guessing because that's
Okay,
what makes
so
sense.
Anala, go ahead and make me a survival check as you are guiding the group going down. Yes.
If I take Anala up periodically on my sword, so she gets a vantage point, does she have it at advantage because she can kind of see good ways to get out?
Okay. Okay. I would say sure, that could be cool. So go ahead, Kanari, give me a dexterity check, acrobatics check, and Anala, give me an acrobatics check as you guys are going up on a little bit of a wobbly sword as
fall.
Kanari's still getting her bearings. How high do you take her before we?
Probably not more than like.
Because
30
to
or
get a good overview of this kind of like, because it's got like it's got bumps, it's got like cracks and everything, and it's like trying to figure out your way through this kind of maze kind of thing. What is it? Oh, the cat. Sorry, I was very confused. Anyway, she'll have to be probably at least 60 feet up, at least.
I'd ask her if she's comfortable with that. Like, are you comfortable
with that?
going 60 feet up in the air? Anala? She's not.
Sorry, the cat was distracting me.
You're fine.
I realized I was
going
muted.
60 feet up in the air on Kanari's magical flying sword.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I take her 60
So
feet up.
both of you give me dexterity checks, acrobatics checks specifically, as you guys are balancing on this narrow little beam.
23 for me.
Okay.
Thank goodness I have +9 to acrobatics. 12.
Ooh, 12. Okay. So as you guys are up and flying above, Kanari, you giving her the bird's eye view, and Anala, you kind of tracking what you're seeing and everything. You will now roll with advantage for your survival check, but you do start to lose your balance at a certain point as you're kind of like holding up Kanari and she's balancing the sword, and she's doing it pretty skillfully. You end up losing your balance and slipping off to the side, but Kanari catches you with that high of roll and pulls you back up. To where you're still balanced, but it was a bit of a scare, and you realize in that moment how high up you are. But what is your survival check at advantage?
Natural 24.
Nice. So as Kanari brings you back down, Anala, you immediately track where that pathway, the best pathway to get you guys out as fast as you guys can out of this this labyrinth of a rock formation. And you start to lead everyone through, and you know it exactly at the it's perfectly cemented in your mind, thanks to Kanari. And so as you guys make your way out, Kanari, as the scout, right? Kanari was going to be the scout, perception lady ears. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. And this is at advantage because you have advantage with things that have to do with hearing, I guess. And smell, right? Ooh. Yeah.
That's a 26.
26. Really good, really good. So as you guys are making your way through, Kanari immediately notices that there's these, you guys hear the of different kinds of like birds in the air. And at first, Karhali, you kind of think of it as some sort of like eagle, maybe some sort of hawk something you're used to from back home. Nemo, same thing. Anala, same thing. Kanari, you immediately realize that these are a little bit more dangerous. And you recognize them for like creatures that live in the area, these cockatrices that they won't bother you if you guys don't bother them. And you noticing them right away, you also notice some smaller forms, like the ones that are in the air, look to be regular birds from what people can see of them. But what Kanari knows is that they're a bit bigger than regular birds, probably as big as a horse, basically. And even though they're flying at a distance, yeah. And they can cause them trouble. Kanari remembers them having turned some people to petrifying some people here and there. They're a bit magical, a bit darker. But like Kanari already knows, if you bother them, that's the problem. So she guides you guys around where she hears certain cawing, certain maybe younger sounding voices of cockatrice babies and everything that have nests in certain parts of this like rock formation area, leading you guys out. Okay, so then that ends up not being necessary for Kahale to defend because Kanari ends up protecting you guys based on avoiding these things. Nemo, as
What
you guys
if
are
I
making
want to
your
roll
way
anyways?
you know, just enjoy the fact that you don't have to. Enjoy it. Thank
Fine.
Kanari. Be happy. As you
not.
guys are making your way out. My goodness.
I had one job.
Actually,
even let me do that.
No, both of them honestly have taken out any need for utility and protection. So you guys make your way down this like
Hear that, Nemo? We're useless.
easy, no questions asked.
We're useless.
And then you guys start making your path back to the place. And with a natural 20, you don't even have to really get Anala. You know the way. You know where you're going. Anala is very keen mind without having keen mind. As you guys make your way back to the city, and you guys are traveling a lot faster because of this shadow, almost not quite a shadow, but like these antler shadows coming through in when the sun's shining down on you guys directly. You guys can see that shadow. You guys see it a little bit extra to Karhale's, that's seeming to like almost hover over all of you guys as you guys travel faster than you are meant to be. As you guys go, one more perception check from Kanari.
To find the horses?
Ooh! I rolled another 19, so 20, and then 26.
26. As you guys are making your way back, it's easy peasy. You guys are making your way to the horses, actually. So never mind, actually. Anala, give me one more roll for the horses, because that will be its own thing to track them down, and hopefully they're still around.
Can I help?
Can I help
go
with
ahead. Karhale's impeccable memory.
Karhale's, you can make another survival check on your own, as you guys are both kind of tracking your way back. Kanari.
Survival, right?
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh no, survival. Go ahead with your survival check first.
Advantage.
Oh, thank God.
Because I was helping you.
13.
13. Okay. You make it back to what seems to be the hunting grounds first. And as you guys are making your way through, you guys can see the blood splotches of where the sand hydra fell, and the carcass itself has been pretty picked clean. Not quite picked clean yet. It hasn't been that long, but you can see different vultures and carrion eaters on the corpse itself. As you guys make a little bit further, go ahead and we'll have Nemo go ahead and roll me a d20, please.
Oh,
just
boy.
a d20.
D20. That is a 18.
18. Okay.
Yeah.
You come back and you see all the horses still there. All of them still tied to the stumps that you guys had tied them to. And it doesn't seem to be worse for wear until you guys get a little closer, and it seems like one of them has been seemed to have been attacked by something or other, but whatever it was is gone now, and one of the horses two of the horses have survived the attack, but it seems to be
Okay.
like one of their ankles seems to be kind of twisted, and they seem to be like bitten at where the legs are and everything, bitten on the leg of it. So it seems like they're probably not rideable at the moment, and would have to have like some downtime themselves to get back to full riding horses status. But you guys find all the horses. They're not eaten and killed and everything. So you guys can collect them and you guys make your way
Sweet.
back to the city. You have enough horses to ride without having to worry about the injured ones. Yes.
Are the bodies still where we left them?
You are missing. Hold on. When you guys come back to where the bodies
I
were
just
strapped to
need
these.
I just need one of them to be there.
Okay, Maeve's body is still there. Pyrus's body is. You're not sure where it is. It's not where it was. Pyrus's
Again.
body. It seems. You honestly don't know. Pyrus's body is missing, and Rotback's body is missing. Maeve is still there though.
Okay.
If you'd like, you can
I'm
try to
gonna-
track where they might have been. There seems to be drag marks that are at the bottom of, like, along with some blood splatter that seem to be in the sand itself, which you're not really quite sure if that's from the horses or something else.
I don't particularly care, I don't think.
No worries.
I am
Pyrus
going
is dead
to
dead this time, right?
As far as you know.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
cut
go
off
ahead.
Maeve's hand.
Ooh. Okay. Do you do this here, or do you wait till you get back to the city?
No, I'm gonna do it here. I'm
Make her
leaving.
bad.
I'm-
Yeah.
It's probably
I'm
best not to
leaving.
go through. Yeah.
I'm leaving her in the desert because for her people, the biggest disgrace you could give anyone is not having them burned.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
she's not going to. And her Chindi will haunt the desert.
Oof.
You leave her body in the sand, and it's very pale now, no life left whatsoever. And as you cut the hand off, and it's not very difficult for you, you're strong. And eventually you have a palm of Maeve's palm. You can add that to your inventory, Maeve's hand. And
Before you
kinda
look
wrap
at
it
me
up in
like I'm
those cloths that you guys
Before
have.
you look at me like I'm some sort of psychopath, it's a gift for Lady Deffen with a little note for what's her name? Yujiwan. Lady
Ooh.
Lusitania. Basically, kind of, if you really want us dead, you're gonna have to kill us yourself. Or we'll continue to be a thorn in your side. Which,
Sure.
I mean, we're gonna need to kill her at some point. Or is that really a good idea now? Because I feel like Kang Won-jun's going to help us with that. Because he wants her dead too.
Did
I'll
we
keep
have
the
to
hand
basic-
just in case.
Yeah.
And
just
put
keep-
the hand in the pouch of holding.
Keep in mind, by the way, the pouch of holding can only hold 200 pounds. So, what's it called? 200 pounds it is exactly 10,000 gold, apparently, according to the rules.
Noted.
So you can hold up to 10,000 gold within the pouch of holding, give or take, depending on if you put other stuff into it. And you see it disappear into the small lip of the little pouch, and you tie it shut, strap it to your belt. As you guys mount the horses and you guys go, Kanari, you do notice with your high roll of just keeping an eye out on your surroundings, ear out on your surroundings, you hear what sounds to be some sort of... Okay, one, you hear screams. You hear screams of horses and you hear screams of people. Secondly, you hear the sounds of what sounds like weaponry clashing, like swords clashing, whizzing arrows, those kinds of sounds, the sound of battle. And lastly, you hear the sound of like a growling, like a heavy bass growling, but it's not an animal growling. It's like like grinding of stone upon stone almost. and you can hear that at a distance, and you're not really sure what that sound is. And let's actually give me an intelligence check.
Oh.
How far away
yeah.
from the city are we?
You're still more than half. You're still half a day. You guys have traveled basically, so it's kind of like a triangle that you guys were at initially, kind of thing. And you guys have traveled to where the hunting grounds were, which is a half day kind of thing. And now you're traveling back to the place. Half day being with your elks travel. It would have been a full day's travel otherwise. But Kanari, you get
The dice gods like me. They gave me an 18. So 18.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, you actually recognize the sound of this like grinding against itself, as earth grinding on itself, and it sends you flashback to your guys' attack on the caravan way back when a rock elemental from the far side. You guys were fighting a whirlwind kind of thing. The far side was fighting what looked to be like sand itself and like a large humanoid with 2 arms and like almost made out of stone itself as well as sand. And you recall that and the sound of battle. And would you take your sword up to kind of like, oh well, you can't see. What am I saying?
No, I would say,
but it sounds
Take
like
an
some
olive.
sort of battle, and it reminds you of the sand bandit attack, the sand scar attack from way back when.
yeah, I'll turn to the group and be like, I think there might be a sand scar attack happening somewhere up ahead. We might want to go up there and see if we can capture someone,
because
get
they
some
probably
answers.
to find Patronus.
Exactly. May you guys start going up
Let's
ahead? You want me to take
go.
Anala up to take a look-see?
Please do.
Okay, I'll take Anala up, not too far, just like 30 feet, just like, because it's pretty flat.
Okay. You can see over there is a ridge that's kind of blocking the view for Anala as you point in the direction of where the sounds are coming from. But as you guys go up, go ahead. Anala and Kanari, give me additional dexterity checks. You took her how far?
30 feet.
30 feet. Anala, give me an acrobatics check. Both of you are acrobatics, sorry.
18.
18. Good. Solid. Kanari is totally catching on to this
The
sword.
hang of this.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, hold on. My sheet was character sheet
Monk
was like
time.
not on me.
And Kanari at this point is probably folding her hands behind her back, like not even needing them out to like balance herself and everything. She's like catching onto the balance here real well.
Look, guys, I'm going to cover my eyes. Why don't you do a kickflip? Kickflip.
Hang 10.
26.
26. Really good. Yeah. Okay, both of you guys, no issue whatsoever. Like both of you got like has her hands behind her back, and all you have like you're leaning up against her and everything, but there's no need to balance yourselves. You guys are perfectly smooth as you guys rise up into the air about 30 feet up. And you can see over the ridge a bit and all, and what it seems to be is three wagons, part of a caravan. It's reminiscent of the caravan that they had traveled with initially. And you can see multiple humanoids. It's kind of hard to count from this distance, and you guys aren't so high up necessarily. Actually, sorry, give me a perception check. That's first off. I'm getting about this game mechanics.
I imagine I can't hear any more than I'm already hearing, so.
21.
21. Pretty good. It seems to be it's you can't quite see all of the threat right now, but you do see what seems to be like a mound of sand and earth that's fighting multiple different humanoids from this multiple different figures from a distance, and it's like smacking them and throwing them across the sand and everything, and then they keep on leaping back up and coming at it again. There's the 3 wagons themselves a little ways away, being protected by a line of figures, and beyond that you can see like little figures hidden amongst the rocks and the outcropping and everything. It seems like they were the caravan itself was accosted here amidst multiple like larger rocks where hiding characters could be. and you can tell that some of them are on top of these rocks and shooting arrows down from above, and some of them seem to be hidden, but you can't see everyone. You can just see a few, and you get the idea that this was some sort of ambush, an attack, and it's presently taking place.
Looks like an ambush. We're gonna have to help them, aren't we? Another thing on our list.
Yeah, but at the same time, if we get one of those scan scars, we might be able to interrogate them and see if they know where Patronus is. Get us out of that mess.
I forgot about Patronus too. Oh god, can't catch a break.
No, we get so many loose ends. And you and I just fly off in the sunset and just be happy together. It's fine. But oh well. She'll head back down to the group.
And as you guys are informed about this ambush and attack, I think we'll close it for tonight, and we'll come back to this.
Yeah, don't think we have time for that tonight. Unfortunately.
Are you sure? I think we could. But yeah,
I'd love to.
Sand Scar interaction here. Maybe you guys will get some live ones, or maybe you'll kill them all. Who knows? Or maybe they'll kill you. We'll
Fireball
next time.
Doubt that.
I didn't ask how big the room is. I said I guess.
There is a good bunch. Anala, you could tell that there is probably more than 10 of both sides.
Oh, okay.
Way more. Like, it was hard to count more than that, but like from the distance that you guys were at, but it was definitely in their 20s, something like that.
Oh boy.
Easy.
Easy peasy.
Easy.
Squeezy.
Easy peasy. I'm gonna close it down.
So you said it's gonna be 2